Hello?
Hello.
Okay, back over to you, Ms. Syed. It looks like we've got all of our technology issues figured out.
Thank you, Worship, through you again to your counselor. So we were talking about, just before we lost the sound, we were talking about tax rate. And I already promised you that it's a byproduct. That's not the whole aim of financial management and when we get together to review budget. So what is a tax rate? Let's look at it first. It's a mathematical equation. So on your screen, it says a mathematical ratio between the assessment base and tax revenue necessary to generate the amount of money you would need every year to run your all your service levels. So the equation that you have in front of you, the denominator or the bottom of that equation, so you only need two variables to calculate the tax rate. So the bottom of that equation is total taxable assessment, and the top of that equation is amount to be raised from taxation. And that's what really derives your tax rate at the end of the day. Like I said, it is a byproduct. So if I'm calling something a byproduct, that cannot be the focus or the main actor of my presentation today. So the question now is, why do we do all of these things? Why do we come together every year, deliberate on budget, and then once the budget is approved, once we implement that, what does that all mean? What is the aim at the end of the day? Next slide, please. It's all about balance, Your Worship. It's all about balancing the financial sustainability of a municipality. On Wednesday evening, I shared with you that the town of Orangeville has made history. And even for me, it's taking a while for it to sink in. And let me go back to that history making news one more time, because this has a direct correlation with what I'm about to say. At the end of the day, it's all about really making sure your municipality is financially sustainable. And that's what GFOA has recognized us this year. There are only 8 criteria or 8 distinctions, and some of those 8 distinctions are tied back on that slide, which I'll get to it momentarily. There are 8 distinctions that the GFOA reviewing group will look into when they see a budget. Now, GFOA is an international body that not only review municipal budgets, but they review all public sector budgets, including hospitals, schools, airports, any public sector entity. So for us, for the town of Orangeville, and I will never tire to repeat this over and over again, for us to get distinctive award or that those distinction in all those 8 areas is not only just history making. I mean, yes, it's historical, but I honestly think it is a direct testament to all the hard work and all the dedications that we have put together from all levels of our little organization. And I say little very loosely. So it's all about balance. So what are some of the balances that we are striking here? So again, on my left, we are making sure all the essential programs are managed properly. We want to also make sure as counselors and as staff that we're controlling the tax rate, that it's not a huge swing one year and it goes down the next year. We want to make sure that it's consistent. I will come to the fact that when people talk about tax rate being zero or freezing tax rate, that is a misnomer, because technically, if you were to follow the ratio, and we'll talk about the ratio momentarily, it is almost impossible and unlikely to produce a 0%. You can artificially manufacture it. Don't get me wrong, we'll get to it too. But it is absolutely improbable for a tax rate to be zero. And when I hear those rhetorics, the first thing that goes through my mind, and I don't mean to be offensive to anybody, is that people who are saying that clearly do not understand how this works. And that's my endeavor today, is to dispel the myth around what tax rate is. I still maintain it's a byproduct. So controls against fraud and waste, that's one of the things that we must balance. We cannot be financially sustainable if there's not enough controls in place to make sure we are not wasting our money. And our money is essentially public money, right? We are the overseer. Last night when Mr. Mascarin was talking, he talked about fiduciary duties many, many times. I counted. He mentioned it 13 times. Such a typical accountant I am. So I did count that. Fiduciary duty, what does that mean? It means when you're dealing with public fund, you have to be that much more careful because you're accountable. And transparency is one of the way you prove to your public that you are accountable. Right? So it's absolutely imperative that most of our financial documents, which are, by the way, legislated by the upper tier of governments, that they are accessible by public. So let's pause for a second right there. If I'm only making a document accessible but not readable, the word accessibility has many layers, right? So something you can access online, but you're not understanding anything about it, then is it truly accessible though? Are you really fulfilling your duty or our duty to be transparent to our ratepayer? So one of the ways you do that is you make sure the documents that you're publishing as it relates to your financial instruments, that they are not only just accessible in terms of they're easily obtained, but they're also readable. I'm not sure if I just coined that word. English is my second language. So the last bullet point on my left-hand side is increasing revenues. Now, increasing revenues doesn't mean that we raise tax rate. Again, that's a bit of a misnomer. Increasing revenue means that we, every year, philosophically at least, we have to look into our pot of money and say, is there other ways of generating own source revenues? Now, the generation of own source revenue is a course unto itself. So I'm not going to go into details. Perhaps we can touch upon that when we go into the budget deliberation. But as municipal governments are facing more and more restriction when it comes to revenue generating tools, that's one of the areas that councillors and staff members as well, but more so councillors, have to start looking into. I will plug in one word within the context of increasing revenue, and that is advocacy. Or you can use the word lobbying, but I prefer advocacy. One of the ways you can use your position to advocate generating own source revenue for municipalities, because you do, as our representative, have a direct line to the province. And as you will see throughout the rest of my presentation, that more and more we are getting constricted as to where these financial tools are. So one of the ways we can make sure that our revenue sources are not being taken away from us is really focusing on that advocacy idea. So again, to my right, so all the bullet points that I'm mentioning to my left are essentially short to medium terms. To my right are the long term. So yes, it's really nice to make sure that all the programs are managed, tax rates are controlled. We make sure that we're not wasting public money. We're making sure that, we're making sure all our revenue tools are protected. But that's a very short-sighted view, right? We have to. And I think one of the speakers in the last 2 days did talk about, and I believe it was Mr. Mascarin who did say that council's mandated is 4 years, but staff members go beyond that. And that's what he was trying to say with the long-term view. One has to have a long-term view. Even if we take our budget process, we do 5-year operating and 10-year capital. That's beyond one council term, right? So you're actually deliberating on 2 council terms worth of information. So one has to have a very long-term view when it comes to financial sustainability. A neighbor close to us for the last 4 years has maintained 0%. And every time I see that neighboring municipality, I'm not going to name them, but I think you all know which one I'm alluding to. The mayor ran on it, and they have had 0% tax rate for the last 4 years. And the word on the street is they will continue to have those 0%. And I sit there and I'm going, clearly this municipality, their councillors don't have a very long-term view, because when you continue with the 0% for 8 years, somewhere down the line, somebody will figure this out and the taxes will go through the roof. So one thing that I implore you to consider is when you're looking at any kind of financial document, not just budget, is try to have a long-term view, because it's all about financial sustainability. Fostering economic development. I already got a smile out of Councillor Andrews. Fostering economic development. We have to make sure that our financial tools are in place and they're working in the way they're supposed to foster economic development. The more economic development we have, the more assessment base we will generate. Mind you, that's the denominator of the equation. That is one of the variables of deriving at a tax rate. So more economic growth, may that be commercial, industrial, and we will touch base upon it very quickly. The more assessment base we will create. Achieve most out of our expenditure. That goes hand in hand with increasing revenues, right? So at one hand, we have to make sure we are protecting our revenue generating tools. On the other hand, we have to make sure that we're making the best out of our expenditure dollars. And finally, last but definitely not the least, we do all of this to meet the demands of the citizen that we have all taken an oath of office to serve. That's the whole idea of it, right? So these are the 8 criteria that GFOA, they're, clearly I have taken the liberty to change the verbiage around it, but these are the 8 criteria that the international body that really reviews our budget process provides distinction, or I shouldn't say provide distinction, but these are the 8 areas that they look into when they're reviewing a budget document. And these are the 8 areas, by their own admission, we have done exceptionally well. Next slide, please. So, what is the process? Budget is not about financial sustainability, and budget is not about deriving at a tax rate. I still maintain it's a byproduct. So the first process of arriving at that rate is actually not a mathematical exercise to begin with. And as you will see, as I go through the rest of my presentation, math is the last thing that we worry about. And I will circle back to the equation. So the first thing we do is we evaluate and set direction. And actually in the last 2 days, that is one of the things you have been doing. The first on the first day, you were setting direction with our strategic plan, right? That's your compass. As our newly elected council, the first thing you have to figure out is what is your strategic direction for the next 4 years. That's what you're looking at. There are other plans, there are other guiding documents that will shape the path ahead. So and this is not an exhaustive list, so you have to have a long-term financial plan, you have to have an asset management plan, you have to have an official master plan, recreational plan, right? So these guiding documents are essentially in place to provide yourself a direction, right? 4 years is a long time. So you have to have guiding documents that will say that, do you remember at the beginning of this, we all decided this is the direction we're going to go to? So that along the way, we are not saying, are we lost? And your GPS is recalculating a route for you. And that could happen too, right? And we'll get to it in the next slide. So once the governing body, as you are, you have set your direction to get to that destiny, then what you do is you give that direction to us, the staff, through the spiritual leader of the pack, the CAO. And at this point in time, we take your direction and we generate business plans. We generate annual budget plan, which is a plan to begin with. And then we make sure that there is a human resources management plan, because at the end of the day, machines don't operate themselves. You need, at least until AI becomes a thing, we still need human beings to operate and to run day-to-day operation. Next slide, please. Because we're a public body, Once we have all our plans in place, now we have to program, design, and deliver. That's the third pillar. And to that end, because we're a public body and we are heavily, heavily regulated by the province, the upper tier of government, we in fact are a creature of the government or the creature of the province. It's absolutely legislated in the Municipal Act. So we have to develop policy. And policies are good. You know, it keeps us on track. It makes us accountable. It allows transparency. So that's a good thing. And I see our clerk department is nodding. So policies are amazing. Once we have a policy, then we have procedures, we embed that within the work plan, and then we start providing those services, which started with your direction. Then we start delivering those services that we are mandated to deliver. So at the end of the day, once all of that is done, we just don't go away feeling happy and accomplished. No, we take proper accountability. So every year, what we do is we absolutely measure our performance and say, how well did we do? Did we serve the people that we were supposed to? Was it a 50% success rate, a 70%? So we look at some matrix, we look at the volume, and one of the ways we present that is through our budget document. Our budget documents, those of you who have seen it already, are loaded with KPIs, key performance indicators. And that's one of the areas GFOA did give us a recognition, a distinction award, because we have done that remarkably, right? Next slide, please. So now, let's take a look at how to determine the amount to be raised from taxation. Now we are getting into the equation because all the qualitative things out of the way, all the philosophical discussion, the direction, the plan out of the way. Now we are getting into the weeds. Next slide, please. So this particular definition, I lifted this out of the Municipal Act because the budget process and the equation itself is highly prescribed. So the way we come to how much money needs to be raised from taxation is, first of all, we determine the amount of money required to provide the service delivery. What are we going to deliver to our ratepayers? And that's a direction we figure out at the strategic planning level, at all the guiding principle level, and then we go through all the plans and so on. So now we have an idea that, okay, for us to provide this 12 services to a community of 30,000, to a land mass of 16 square kilometer, this is how much money we would need, all things being equal, right? So we get to that number. And then we subtract any non-tax revenue from that. And then we come to the amount of money that we need to raise from taxation. It's a purely mathematical equation. Next slide, please. So, how do we determine the total amount of money required? So we have a capital budget and an operating budget, right? So operating is your day-to-day, your salaries and your benefits, because like I said, you do need human resources until AI really takes on. So you have to figure all of that out. You need assets to provide services. Some assets you get to see, some assets are underneath the ground, so you don't see whether your water, wastewater lines. Last night was heavy on infrastructure services, and they did an amazing job. Talk about all the assets that they manage. So that's your capital budget. So once you bring your and again, that's not an exhaustive list, but I think I made my point. So when you bring those two elements of budget together, you have some idea of how much money you would need to provide services to your ratepayer. Then you look at all the mandated essential services. Water, wastewater is a mandated, downloaded essential services from the provincial level. I'm just going to use that as just an example. And then you look at some of the council approved. So there is a gamut of services that is outside of the mandated services that council will take on through its strategic planning, through other guiding documents. And then what you're doing is once you have all of those in place, now you're looking at your external pressures. So if I could just pause and perhaps through your worship, maybe Councillor Andrews could help me with this. I'm looking at him. Can you think of an external pressure that we could potentially be facing? This is the interactive part, your worship.
Inflationary, supply chain, so on and so forth, governmental.
A++, great. Councillor Andrews.
Okay.
So it is not enough just to look at how much money we need to run operation on a day-to-day basis or to replace assets. We also have to factor in the economic market condition, any external pressure. As Councillor Andrews quite eloquently put, currently we are going through a global superinflation, and there's a supply chain demand right now. There's a labor shortage that we are facing. There's also internal pressures. Any taker? Councillor Sherwood.
Staffing.
Thank you, Councillor. A+++. Yes. So one of the things that we have to make sure, and you have heard our CAO and our GM say that the last 2 days, it's all about attraction and retention. We are competing. Mind you, we're in a completely different global market right now where work from home is actually one of the ways people now attract and retain people. Right? Gone are the days where salary was the only component of attraction and retention. So there are internal pressures of attracting and retaining staffing component, right? So this is how you determine how much money you would need to run the operation of a municipal government whose primary job is to provide services to ratepayers. And if you remember my bold statement, irrespective of their socioeconomic situation. Through your worship, if I could now include Councillor McIntosh, because I really want to prove the point of being equitable, the system being equitable. So, Councillor McIntosh, you're a former fire chief. So I have a question for you. Let's say Deputy Mayor Taylor house is $100,000 in assessment, and Mayor Post's house is $200,000 in assessment. Outrage, but you're not surprised. Outrage, but let's go with that. So on a nice Sunday morning, for the purpose of this example, there's fire on both of these houses, and you get a fire call, and you're still the fire chief. Because Councillor Taylor's house is $100,000 in assessment, and Mayor Post's house is $200,000 assessment. Are you going to provide them different service level?
No.
No, right? So it's not like that you will just take out half of Deputy Mayor's fire. No. So that's the point of equitability. This is what the tool is designed for, irrespective of your socioeconomic status. Municipal services are provided to you at equal measure. No deviation from that. That's the tool. Now, I had a very smart student once who said, but that's not always the case, Professor Syed. I said, yes, the tool is designed for that. How people use the tool, and in the example that I gave, and everybody laughed when I say that, I said, vacuum cleaners are designed to clean your house. They are not designed to cook dinner for you. So the tool in and of itself, the taxation tool, is designed to be equitable. So how we use it, it's a different question. Next slide, please. So let's go back to the equation again. Subtracting on the non-tax revenues and fundings. Let's spend a little bit of time on this, right? Because I'm tabling the budget on December 5th, and we will go through this. So this is an excellent primer leading up to that. So let's start with our user fees. Our user fees are essentially that. So anything like your recreational user fees, your water, wastewater rates. There was a question last night about how water, wastewater rates are derived. So that's your user fees. Development charges, the biggest thing that is happening in the provincial scene right now. So again, let's pause for a second and go through what development charges really mean. Development charges was put together many, many years ago on the premise that growth should pay for itself. Simply put, right? Even within that theory, growth always did not pay for itself. Because if you have ever gone through one development charges study, you would know that growth doesn't always pay for itself. But that said, at least at a minimum, development charges were given to us to execute. That's a tool, by the way, a revenue generating tool, was given to us to use it, and we were given some flexibility. So in recent times, that flexibility, to an extent, is in the process of being taken away from us via Bill 23. It is going through its second reading currently, so the bill hasn't been executed yet. But and I don't want to get into the depth of it right now, but on balance, what the bill is proposing that in an attempt to build a huge inventory of affordable housing, municipalities across the province should provide very streamlined development charges. In some instance, some people are saying if we're losing development charges dollars in the residential front, may that be rental units and so, then we can recoup it through commercial or industrial. But that doesn't make sense, because one of the things we learned all about financial sustainability slide is that we also have to make sure there's long-term economic growth. So if we hike up development charges on commercial and industrial side of things, then it really doesn't work though, right? Let's get to grants. Grants is not a source of revenue, it's a funding source to upper levels of government, provincial and federal. It's one of the most competitive process. There are some predictive grants that we get, like OCIF, gas tax, or formerly known as gas tax. We get provincial gas tax for our transit, and we get federal gas tax for other infrastructure projects. These are somewhat predictable, and when I say somewhat predictable, they're subject to approval of provincial and federal budgets, so they can be taken away at any point in time. So that's the predictable grant. Those are the predictable grants, rather. The ones that we have to go through the application process are highly, highly competitive. Because both the provincial and the federal government, and this is no surprise, this is not a hush-hush news, they're both running deficits. So when they have money available to us, we have to compete for that. And then that brings us to the debt and reserves. And I get this question every year during the budget process, that yes. I was trying to avoid eye contact with you while saying that. But I get this question every year. What is the optimal debt to reserves ratio? So let's talk about debt for a second. One thing you can absolutely rely on when it comes to provincial municipal relationship is that everything is prescribed, everything is legislated. So one of the ways the provincial government ensures that we don't do anything overboard. And I'll tell you why that is, because if we were to go bankrupt, they have to come in and bail us out. So they ensure that we are not taking on too much debt. So under the Municipal Act, it is very clearly stated that a municipality can only take on 25% of its own revenue. So now it makes sense why increasing revenue sources is imperative, because more revenue sources we have, the more revenue we generate, own revenue, by the way, which is taxation, user fees, and so on. Development charges is also own source revenue. So the more we generate on that end, the more the envelope becomes, the more debt we can take, because it's very constricted. Every year what the province does is they will send us a document called ARL, Annual Repayment Limit. So even though it's a funding source available to us, it's heavily legislated, it's heavily constricted. Now let's get to our reserves, my favorite topic of this morning. The biggest misnomer, I should have captioned this presentation as all the misnomers. So the biggest misnomers around reserves is people think it's a revenue source. It's not a revenue source. It's just a funding source. And it is built on the premise that every year we, either through our taxation process or our user fees, and sometimes once in a while, if we do get a sizable grants, every year we put away a little bit of money in various reserves. But here's the thing though, we historically, and predominantly use reserves to fund our capital projects. But if we are not replenishing these reserves at the rate that we are depleting it, then what do you think will happen? Maybe Councillor Taylor can answer that, or Deputy Mayor Taylor can answer that. What do you think will happen if we are depleting something and not replenishing it at the same rate?
Assume we would run out.
That well will dry out, right?
If I get any kind of prize or
Yes, you do, sir.
candy or
You do, sir. So we have now, so let's, next slide, and let's bring this all together. So amounts raised from taxation, as we have already established, is essentially all the amounts we would need to run municipal services, subtract any non-taxation revenues that are available at our disposal, and then what we do is, next slide, please. We come to our equation. Now, we have looked at the variable at the top of that equation, but we haven't looked into the denominator yet, which is total taxable assessment. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what is total taxable assessment? And maybe Councillor Sherwood can help me with this part of the presentation because she does have tremendous knowledge around this. So tax base is essentially all the assessment of all the properties in a municipality, may that be residential, commercial, industrial, farmland, right? So there are different tax classes. So at the end of the day, and this is why when I was doing the finance division update, one of the things I said that we have a $4.4 billion assessment base. That's a lot of numbers right there. And it is absolutely crucial that we manage and protect that assessment base. And this is why. Next slide, please. So let's apply the theory into a practical example. So I have two situations in front of you. In both situations, amount to be raised from taxation is 1 million. You all see that? Excellent. In situation one, the total assessment available to us is 200 million. In situation two, the total assessment available to us is 400 million. And therefore, because one divided by the other is the tax rate, we go back to the mathematical equation. In situation one, the tax rate is 5%. In situation two, the tax rate is 2.5%. Councillor Sherwood, through your worship, is that absolutely, I have your endorsement on that? So we have now mathematically proven that tax rate is essentially a byproduct of the two variables. So one other thing we should look at before we go any further, and we are almost towards the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. So one of the things that determines what tax rates should be is tax ratios. Now, tax ratios in a two-tier government system, in an upper tier, lower tier system, is handled, managed, delivered by the county. So our mayor and deputy mayor will have a say in what the tax ratios are. So I'm not going to get into how tax ratios are figured out or how they're calculated and so on and so forth. By the way, one thing I will share with you is that even though county manages the tax ratio, they are not, how should I put this? They don't determine what the ratios are. And it's a very interesting concept. And for this, we go back again to our provincial parent. So the province decides what the tax ratios should be. It's heavily legislated. For the residential tax class, the ratio is 1 to 1. For any other tax classes, well, I should say for farmland, it's 0.22 or 0.25. There's some nimbleness there now. But for most of the other tax classes, what the province will say is, here's a range of fairness. You county figure this out based on your council, based on your assessment base within that county. So let's see what tax ratio actually does. So far we have proven, let's take a quick summary of stock of where we're at. So far we have proven two things. One is, and thank you, Councillor McIntosh, for helping me out. We have proven that taxation is a fairly equitable tool or system, because in my previous example, if there was a fire call from Deputy Mayor Taylor's house and Mayor Post's house, they will get the same service level. We've also proven that tax rate is a byproduct of a mathematical equation. So now let's take a look at tax ratio, which will further prove that taxation is a system, is a tool designed to actually help people, not the other way around. So the example in front of you, so I've taken only 3 tax classes: residential, commercial, industrial. So stay with me on this one. This is when I lose my students, so stay with me on this one. So the ratios, as I said, 1-to-1 is legislated. Actually, the whole thing is legislated, but this is like you cannot move away from that 1-to-1. The commercial, for the purpose of this example, is 2. And as industrial is 3. So if the tax rate, which we've now calculated, is 1.5% for residential, are you with me? Then commercial, we automatically, based on the ratio, will be 3%. Industrial will be 4.5%. Now let's further assume that the assessment, for whatever reason, whatever fictitious reason, for all these 3 tax classes are 100,000. But are they paying the same tax dollar? Because the residential is paying 1,500, the commercial is paying 3,000, the industrial is paying 4,500. So if the tool is used appropriately, it is equitable. Because of all those 3 classes, and again, we are making an assumption that the industrial would have the most ability to generate revenues. And the most privileged, if I can use that word loosely, is the most privileged of the 3 classes. So if the tool is used properly, it is equitable. And that's the point I'm trying to drive home. Next slide, please. So what if we don't use the tool appropriately? What happens then? Every time the tax impact is adjusted for some taxpayers, there is a corresponding impact on the remaining taxpayers. And do you know why? Because at the end of the day, we will generate the money we need to run the services. Going back to that equation, we're just going to reallocate. So if somebody comes in and say, we want to give a tax ratio break to our commercial because we want to develop commercial lands, then we're really allocating whatever money we would have recouped from commercial assessment, we're just allocating somewhere else. And 9 out of 10 times, it happens to be the residential. Tax concessions provided to one group will mean tax increases for others. So, next slide, please. I get a lot of call and question about assessments. Municipal government does not do assessment. It's done by MPAC, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, which is a provincial agency. And they do assessment for the entirety of Ontario. So they go to all municipalities and they look at the current market value. So one of the reasons your taxes are going up, not because of the budgetary money we need, is also where your assessment is. So they will go to all these municipalities, 444 in Ontario, and they will determine what the aggregate assessment base is for that municipality. They will send that information to property owners, and they will send that information to the municipal government as well. So I really wanted to put that point in there because there's again a misunderstanding that we, the municipalities, determine what the assessment is. So here's a question. Because tax rate is calculated based on two variables, the first variable is amount needed to really run day-to-day operation and service level. And the second variable, which is the denominator, if you remember that equation, is your total taxable assessment. So of those two variables, and this is an open question to any councillors who would like to take it on, of those two variables, which one do you think we have the most control over? And which one do you think we have zero control over? Two variables. One is
I would say that we can control the amount of money that we need to run the municipality, not the
Right.
assessment.
right. Absolutely right. So if we only have control over one and we have zero control over the other, then so if that's true, and which it is true, then how much control do you think we have over actual tax rate calculation? Perhaps only 50% of it. So now do you see why it is so improbable to freeze taxes or to make it zero? Next slide, please.
Whenever there is an event that we just came through, so which is an election campaign, there's always someone who says that.
Mhm.
And so I get annoyed because when you say you're going to have a 0%, my first question is what are you cutting? Because of inflation and other factors, right? Oh, I'm not cutting anything. I'm not proposing to cut anything. And then you just described what you described, which, by the way, that was a brilliant way to bring us back around to how that system works. The public never seems to grasp that. Is there a way, you set us up for that over an elongated period of time this morning, and it was a brilliant moment that you just brought us to. Is there a way to describe that in a very tight fashion so the public can understand that?
Through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Taylor. So hopefully this presentation will be the beginning of that process. I mean, I've been allocated 1 hour. If you find, once I'm done today, if you find that you have derived some value from this presentation, perhaps we can do it more. Maybe we can take the presentation on the road. Maybe we can do some, small town hall kind of presentation when there are public, and I can take direct questions. So yeah, there are ways to do it. Can I do it today? That's exactly what I'm doing right now. So let's wrap this up, and then I'll take some question from councillors. So let's come back to the opening statement that I started this presentation with. So taxation is not meant to be a wrecking ball. It's not, truthfully. It is a system that is designed to distribute resources equitably in public service delivery, which I think over and over again, and with your help, thank you very much for everybody participating and making this very interactive, that we have proven this morning. So before I wrap up and open the floor for questioning, since I started with a bold statement, I would like to end with one. And with your permission, Madam Mayor. One of the questions I get a lot is that of comparison. How are we doing in compared to others? Tax rate wise, is our debt level optimal in comparison to others? Is our reserve level optimal in comparison to others? And to that I say that our recent GFOA win tells us that we no longer need to compare ourselves to others. We no longer need to chase industry standards, because your worship, through you to your council, and as the town treasurer, I can safely say we are the industry standards. With that, I close my presentation and I open the floor for question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Syed. That's a powerful statement to end with. I appreciate that. Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Ms. Syed, through you, your worship, thank you. Now not only a student, but really an admirer for the work that you do and your team does. And again, congratulations. You ended up talking about something that really came close to heart, both from my background in public and private sector. From the public sector, the objective to raise revenue, other ways of doing so. From my private sector, commonplace, common practice. One of the difficulties that exists is the opportunity departmentally to look at ways at creating additional revenue. And we do have in front of us a variety of department heads who are very good at doing that. But at the same time, one of the complexities is having that put on the side of someone's desk. The challenge that you also mentioned about advocacy. We're heading down a path that is a very interesting one, I think, in the Ontario provincial government. One that seems to be following a model that is similar to that of US states, where lobbying, or as you kindly said, advocacy. One of the things that I found most recently, and I'll just give council a quick example, is meeting with some ministry officials last week where they were very clear to the participants of a meeting saying that understand that this is a competitive process. We're not the only municipality or organization that is going to be getting into the sandbox that is going to be fighting for those resources. There's also the other challenge is when those particular announcements are made. And sometimes those announcements have a very short window. And I look at my colleague across the floor here, Ms. Phillips, who's done a tremendous job in the ED office. But there are some limited timeframes on when some of that money needs to be applied for. And again, you're dealing with the competitiveness of the other municipalities across this province. We know how many we have. So do you have any recommendations on how we might be able to do this better? And it may be something that is, of course, presented in the budget process, because one of the challenges we have is when these particular matters come about, they unfortunately are added to the other duties as assigned for individuals. And unless you have someone that is actually dedicated to that role, it becomes our responsibility to try and align properly the advocacy part. And again, some of my colleagues know about, of course, the opportunities that we had most recently in August when we were at AMO. But it doesn't give us, and for those of you that aren't familiar, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, we don't have that opportunity for FaceTime. We don't have that opportunity to really advocate as well as I think we should. So do you have any recommendations moving forward that that you can provide to council on how we can end up doing a better job?
Yes, I am.
To your worship, to Councillor Andrews, if I understand your question, if I can distill it down to two broader aspect of it. So you're asking about how to better advocate our causes with upper levels of government, and also how do we manage resources to an extent, right? Because all of these, and we are, as you have eloquently put, for every dollar out there, we have to compete. These, and like again, as I said during my presentation, grant dollars are not just available because we exist. We have to compete for them. So at a governance, and since you're asking for recommendation, at a governance level, there needs to be an advocacy because we do have a direct line. And as you are aware that we have, in the past 3 years, have taken delegations to provincial ministers, and I was part of those delegation. So even to be in a room with provincial ministers, and you only get 15 minutes, so it's very tight. But even to have that face recognition, to be there, it really puts our name, our faces on the map, on their radar. So once you start knocking that door, and like I said, I'm a Taurus, and as Deputy Mayor Taylor said the other day, reminded me that Taurus are notoriously stubborn. We have to be stubborn with our advocacy. We have to keep going back and say, this is what we need, this is what we need, this is what we need. Now, in terms of resource management, the recommendation or the suggestion I would make is a bit of a strategic suggestion. And the one that I would like to speak to is that because of our size, because of the size of Orangeville, let me take a step back. There are 444 municipalities in Ontario. 16 of those, only 16 of those are regarded as large cities. If you take out all the regional, only 16 of those are large cities. The rest of them are essentially north or south of how we are in terms of size. So that puts us in a very, very unique place because we are now scalable. So any pilot project that will be done in Orangeville, any initiative that will be taken in Orangeville is scalable up and down. And that makes us extremely attractive to the provincial and also to the federal government. So at your level, clearly in consultation and with cooperation and collaboration with staff, if we can push for those initiatives, if we can say, okay, because one of the things we did earlier is digital transformation, and Ms. McKinney was the lead for that. And we were very successful with that. And that's the kind of innovative ideas we have to bring to the front. Clearly, we have to make sure that we have staff resources, and that is way outside the scope of today's presentation and discussion, and perhaps we can talk about that at a later time. But I think at your level, because the question is coming from you, sir, at your level, I think the ability and the consistency with advocacy and sort of positioning ourselves as the municipality where any pilot projects can be scaled up and down will go a long way for our financial future.
Yes, thank you very much for that answer. And I think that part of this is the ability of the organization to communicate some of this to us, but it also reciprocates back to the department heads that we've had the opportunity of having presentations from. Because if there's something that is on the radar, and again, we are aware of some of this, we also need to have that conduit between our MPP and also our MP. And we have to have that maybe a little more frequently. And I know that we've gone through a very difficult period of time of focus within our communities across this province and country. But I think time needs to be spent to put together a strategy how to, in fact, advocate properly and effectively. And we've had some success. And I know that that notoriety is very much aware of at the provincial level, but we still have to be knocking on that door a lot more. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So, Madam Treasurer, I love your presentation. I love the way you're lining up your thinking. It's very linear and easy to follow. So thank you. Thank you very much. You're a great professor. The spot I just disagree with you on is just to say we are the standard. It doesn't wash when you're the public official trying to talk to people about a baseline about are you good or not? Like, again, I keep going back to you have to ground it in something. And so I'm going to screw up the number here, but I believe there's 448 municipalities. Am I close? Have I got that? 444? I frequently have discussions with people and they say, where are we? Are we good or are we bad? And there's always this fallacy about, hey, we used to be one of the absolute worst on the far right of the 448. And then people have said to me, well, I'd rather be on the left. Like, can't we be on the low end? And my position is look, if we could be somewhere 180, 220, 230 in that range in terms of rankings and taxation, I think we're doing a really good job. If you're too far to the left, you're probably not doing enough. If you're too far to the right, you haven't had your hand on the steering wheel and you haven't done a good job. So I still would love to ground it in where are we versus the rest of the municipalities in Ontario, and what is that number? And I know it's a different agency that would come out, but can we not be there? And can we not talk about that?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Taylor, the bold statement that I ended my presentation with was heavily based on the 8 criteria of financial sustainability, which most of the words are based on, right? So where we are in terms of our tax rates as it relates to the rest of the world or the rest of the province. Again, because one of the premise of my presentation today was to really unveil and dismantle how taxes are calculated, right? So it is almost impossible to compare ourselves because there are so many variables. Our tax assessment base is completely different than, let's say, to some of our neighboring municipalities. Maybe maybe they have more farmland versus us. So that skews the calculation a little bit, right? Our service delivery model could be very different to another size of municipality that we are trying to compare ourselves with. And I'm absolutely not skirting the question, because there are other organizations who will say, okay, town of Orangeville ranks, let's say 220th in the 444 municipalities. So they're looking at this equation through a very narrow straw, very, very narrow straw. They're just comparing rates. And are they incorrect in that comparison? Absolutely not. But what I'm trying to impose upon you today, and hopefully it's coming across the right way, is that at the end of the day, we cannot just look at tax rate through a very narrow straw. We have to look at our ability to sustainably manage our financial coffer through all the 8 criteria. And I'm going back to the GFOA because they are an international body and they assess all public sector bodies, not just municipalities. So one of the key ways of determining whether we are doing financially well is looking at those 8 criteria that I walked you through: financial performance, financial policy, long-term planning. Are we maintaining a good debt to equity ratio? Those are the things that we should be looking at in relation to a tax rate. So for example, since you wanted me to ground this, I had to give you that preamble. So let's ground this. So let's say Owen Sound. Let's take Owen Sound as an example. You would agree that it's comparable to an extent in terms of size? Okay, so let's say Owen Sound's tax rate, for the purpose of this example, is 2%, and our tax rate is 3%. Clearly, our tax rate is higher than Owen Sound. Now, it could very well be, if I were to start peeling off and go deeper into their financial coffer, we might find that they have very high level of debt, and that's how they're keeping their taxes low. So even though they're keeping their taxes low, they may have depleted their reserves. They may have a high debt to equity ratio, right? So although on one matrix, they're doing really well and comparatively doing better than us, it seems, but on other matrix, they're not doing well. So all I'm saying is, yes, tax rate is definitely one of the ways to say, how are we doing? How are we providing our services? But at the end of the day, we have to look at other ways to prove that we are doing well as far as sustainable financial management is concerned. Hopefully that answers your question, Deputy Mayor.
It does, and it makes complete sense. I don't debate what you're saying, and I grasp that. Here's the issue. You're at a cocktail party this evening, right? In Orangeville, and you're talking about how great the town is and how much you love living here. However, and this is conversations, the taxes here are so much higher from where I used to live or from where we came before. I moved from Brampton and I'm so surprised that we got value on our house, but the tax rate is so high. It would be great, again, to say something that says, actually, right? Because at the end of the day, a dollar is a dollar and it is high. What I do say right now is that the mayor makes too much money and that's the reason that taxes are high. But short of that, I don't have anything else to say. I'm kidding.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment. A few things we're working on behind the scenes and some great points here this morning. And we've been hearing this throughout the entire 3 days. There's a lot of questions that come up about what taxpayers ask, and rightfully so. They ask a lot of questions. So one of the things we're looking at doing, and I'm glad Mallory is here, because we are working on a communication strategy. And the communication strategy is twofold. You're hitting on a lot of great points because the strategy looks internal, what we're doing internally to communicate within the internal operation, and is also external. So what happens when a councillor or the mayor gets a question, like your deputy mayor is talking about now, a question from the public in whatever environment you might be in? We need to give you in your little toolbox some of the, some of the answers that you can really respond well with. And, we have a lot of collaboration going in the operation where Mallory sits down with the manager or what the case would be in the operation. Say, okay, how does this work? We're doing one now as a good example. She's got her hand on one now with snow clearing. It's really good. It's timely. She's talking to Tim and his staff and saying exactly what you do from point A to point B, how all this works. And now what's the message we need to get out to the public? What's the message we need the mayor to use and the councillors to use when they go into the community and say, well, what are you doing about this roll of snow on the sidewalk? How do you deal with that? And there's always an issue. Why are you going to charge us this much in taxation? Why is that and how do we respond? How do we really capture what Nandini is saying and put it into a format that you can really use so people can really take, oh, okay, I really understand that. And you're right. The little message bite that you're going to have in a cocktail party, all right, is really important because they go away and it reverberates through the community. So it's really, really important to us. We've been talking about this behind the scenes. The mayor and I discussed it as well, and I've discussed it with some councillors come back. Here are some questions coming out of the election process, which is really critical for us because you're out in the community, you're knocking on doors, you're seeing a lot of people, and things come back. And we need to hear these things. We've heard them now in the last 3 days, and I think we need to respond to them. Similar to what you're saying, Councillor Andrews, with the advocacy role. We've noted that yeah, we need to go and talk to the MPPs and the MPs and so on and so forth. We need to open up some doors. But the issue is we can't do that alone. And we need to collaborate. We have whatever we do here, with what they do outside of our boundary, our neighbors do, and what we do here impacts each other. There's an intermunicipal, collaboration that needs to go forward to deal with some of these things. So at the end of the day, we've had a lot of discussion around the communication table about how do we deal with these pieces because they're pretty critical for the next 4 years. So we're going to go in a few days, we're going to go into the budget process. It will trigger some other points. It will trigger a lot of debate. Not right now for this budget 2023 as much. It will trigger the debate for the next 4 years and dealing with things like you're talking about, dealing with answering some of these questions about all of our services and operations. And I think I'm hearing that quite a bit. And I think we've captured that. And I think in all the operations so far, they've really touched on those points of, how do we communicate? What's our capacity to do what you want us to do? How do we really get around this? Do we need to go to the government? Do we need to go to the, to the industrial sector and deal with that? So at the end of the day, what I'm really getting is sitting back and listening is there's a lot of communication and engagement with the public that we could do more of. There's one that came back as a great example. Nobody's unfamiliar with it. It's these town hall sessions as an example. And we could take a session. It's done a lot of municipalities. Nandini has probably seen the same thing in other municipalities, where we have a couple of hours set up for people to come in. We're dealing with the budget, or whatever the case would be, dealing with whatever the finance piece might be, and she can have 2 hours to sit there, answer questions, and be with council to deal with the public on a great public engagement just on that topic. Next after that, we're going to bring Charles in. We're going to deal with the recreation piece, facility piece, the issues with facilities, and get a better understanding into community and education. I won't go any further, but I'm really, I'm getting the point. But I think there's a thread running through the operation in terms of how we communicate internally and externally. And we've had a lot of conversations. Mallory's had a lot of conversations. She's working behind the scenes feverishly, if you would. She's only been here a short time because she sees it as well. How do we better communicate? So it is something you're going to see a big change in going forward. So thank you.
Mr. Osmond, thank you so much for that. And Ms. Syed, I agree. I think that this is a very timely time to maybe start planning our first town hall. And maybe it is about finance and helping the residents and taxpayers understand how the process works, how the budgets work. And, with inflation the way it is and affordability the way that it is, it's a topic on residents' minds. So it would be a very good one to start off with, I think. Councillor Sherwood, you had some questions? Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. To Treasurer Saeed, I want to congratulate you on a good presentation. I can see why we win awards under your leadership. One of the things that you alluded to is how we can control when you talked about the equation, we can control the tax amount, how much we have to raise, and that we can't so much control the assessment. I'm wondering if for sake of educating the rest of my colleagues, would you be able to ask MPAC to come in and do a similar type of presentation regarding assessment 101? Because I think it's very critical that we see the other side that is very important to this whole tax rate collaboration, and you know where I'm going with that.
That's an excellent suggestion, Councillor Sherwood. Ms. Hyatt?
Through your worship to Councillor Sherwood, that's an excellent suggestion. I echo Madam Mayor's sentiment. Yeah, absolutely, we can make sure that happens. And actually, it goes really nicely with Mr. Osmond said in terms of internal-external communication. So that can be done.
Yes, and just one more follow-up. I do want to also thank you for pointing out to our councillors how a 0% increase is just not possible. I mean, we could not sit there and promise all 22,000 voters that, you know, they'll get zero, because we know that there's flux within classes. So thank you very much for clarifying that.
Councillor McIntosh, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank the Treasurer for a great presentation. I actually understood it this early in the morning, so kudos. However, I don't have an answer for this, but if you go online right now and type in which is the highest taxed town, we will sit number 10. There's no comparison. Like I think Windsor's number 1. Obviously, it's a much different town, much different needs. And some of the towns in there obviously have different needs. They don't have garbage pickup. They don't have sewer and water. And, you know, they're out in the country. Like I always hear Mono's cheaper for taxes because they don't have basically any water and stuff like that. They have to rely on their own. So it's a tough thing. We just have to control the message. And I don't have an answer for you, but that is part of the problem. One of the things I was asked during this campaign is if we could, when we used to do it, I don't know if we still do it because my wife grabs the tax bill and I don't even see it, put some type of graph in there as to where our taxes go. I don't know if we still do that. Or I know we did. Councillor Sherwood, I think, pushed for that last time. So if we're not doing it, we probably should. If we're doing it, that's fine. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so through you to Councillor McIntosh, I'll answer the last question first. So we have been consistently putting out like a one-pager, both-sided pamphlet, and it gives you, again, very high overview of where the tax dollars are going. That pamphlet is not designed to give, detailed explanation. That's what the budget document is, and the budget document is fairly accessible to everybody. In terms of the comparison, and I'm taking your point. I'm listening to you. I've listened to the Deputy Mayor. I've also listened to what Mr. Osmond has to say. So it really comes down to two things. And with your permission, Madam Mayor, if I can make a couple of points here. The first thing is, where do we see ourselves? The lowest taxed community or the community with the highest report card when it comes to financial sustainability? Those are completely different things, right? I've already given you a quick example of that with the Owen Sound example, that they could be lower in taxation or tax rate from us, but maybe in other areas of financial instruments, maybe they're not faring as well. Because the idea is not just to have 0% or a lower tax rate. The idea is to be financially sustainable so that there is, and one of the reasons, this is my second point that I would like to make, is that the whole idea of financial sustainability is when you go through global inflation, recession, COVID-19. Most of you remember when COVID started, we were all trying to figure out how we're going to mitigate this issue. And at the time, there were a lot of suggestions thrown around that maybe we should freeze taxes or give people tax break and so on and so forth. And one of the biggest things that everybody faced around us, people who did not really manage their finances sustainably, is that a lot of municipalities ran deficit. We didn't. So at the end of the day, the point is, and the point that I'm hoping to make across the table right now, is that We can either be known as the lowest taxed community, or we can either be known as somewhere in the middle, but very financially sustainable. So when those storms do come in, one of the ones that's brewing right now is Bill 23. When those storms do come in, our ship will not sink because we have the right compass, we have the right captain, we have the right crew, and we will traverse through those choppy waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Syed. Deputy Mayor Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So it feels like it's going to get personal because and I'm not questioning your abilities or the financial team's acumen in any sort of way. I'm very grateful, absolutely. So I want to put that aside. If that stat is correct, and I haven't looked for a long time, that it is number 10, as someone who reports to the people, and I get to sit here because the people put me here, and I imagine the rest of us would feel the same way. I am not comfortable being number 10. Like, that is not going to work, right? And it's been that way a long time. And the reality is, if we're talking about what is important to us, I agree. I want to make sure that we have all the right metrics, and everything that you're talking about resonates with me. Like, if I had to align myself financially with someone, I would align with all those things that you're suggesting. I like that. I like being planful. I don't like what Councillor McIntosh just shared with us. And I don't think it's wise for us to continue down this path. We need to change that trajectory. So in my view is, if everyone else is raising at 7% or what have you, like, we need to be south of that, right? We need to have a conversation over a long period of time to get us out of this top 10 list. And if we disagree on what's important, so you would say that's not what we should be looking at. I don't think that's what the public looks at. And so I think there's a disconnect from what we're talking about, and the pressure that we feel. Sure, I'll speak for myself, that I feel is that doesn't work. So I don't know. There's just something here that's not working, and we need to talk about that as we go.
Ms. Hyatt, go ahead.
I take your point, through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Taylor. I do take your point. You are taking feedback from the citizens that have elected you, so I completely understand and I appreciate your position. And as the town treasurer, it's absolutely my job to make sure that you have the tools, the communication tools that Mr. Osmond alluded to, that you have those tools, you have those sound bites, and you should be able to explain some of these concepts that we deal with on a daily basis in a way that is, quite frankly, can be understood by anybody. You don't have to be an accountant or a CPA. So today's presentation was, at least from my vantage point, was a humble attempt at that. Now, going back to the comparison, and we're being at number 10 of this list, I can definitely look at it. And but if I could quickly make a point, Your Worship, in the last 3 years, or the last 3 budgets that I have delivered, our rates were 1.5%, 0.97%, 0.83%. We are the lowest around the region that we are in, with the exception of City of Brampton. So if we are going to really compare it that way, and I don't know how that listing was done, we are actually the lowest. You haven't seen the tax rate yet for 2023. The inflation is trending at 6.9%. That's what you meant by 7. We should be south of it. So I would wait until I table the budget on December 5th, if it's okay with this council. But historically, at least the last 3 budget that I delivered had historical, within the context of Orangeville, historical, the lowest rates.
Mr. Osmond, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to try to just conclude this piece, I guess, but some really good points again, and well taken. I think we won't go into budget today, but I got to say, and kudos again to the finance team, because we have gone through a budget, and it's been a tough piece of work. But I think at the end of the day, I think we're going to be in a great position. We deliver that on December the 5th, and lots to go over, of course. But I just want to say one more thing on some of these things that gets brought up in these sessions are really good points. And the discussion around, questions about where you land, if you would, in terms of, well, we're number 10 or 12 or 11 or 1. I think it's going to be, it's got to be part of another discussion that we're going to have in 2023. And it won't be far into 2023 because when you get into the budget piece, we really don't want to get into it today. We will leave some questions on the table for this council that's going to need to be debated, and we're going to need to figure out what journey do you want to go on. And some of the questions around that in particular, Deputy Mayor Taylor, is one of them. Because you got to make some decisions around the balance between what's sustainable and what you need to do going forward, and where you want to really put, what direction you want to put this municipality in. And as I see it, that will not be accomplished in the budget meeting for 2023. That's going to be accomplished by taking things aside and having a great debate around what some of these things are going to do for us or create for us down the road. So, you know, all these factors around us that are influencing us right now, like the Bill 23 that's coming at us and the inflationary values and all these kinds of things and the good points that the treasurer's brought up, they're going to require a lot more time and effort on behalf of this council and this team on this side in order to really figure out what direction we're going to go in. And these points you're bringing up, Deputy Mayor Taylor, are good ones because, and they're timely ones, because we're asking ourselves to a certain degree some of these same questions. But it's got to be strategic. Really needs to be strategic. And the team here needs to be able to take some direction of, well, okay, we can do this or this or this. What path, what door do you want to open and close? And that's what it's going to come down to. And I think that in all fairness right now, I mean, the treasurer has done the one-on-one, but there's a lot of things to discuss, and there's another table that's really, you've got to get down to hammering some of these things out. So my view, just sitting back and listening to all the parts and pieces here, is I'm looking forward to it because I think it's timely. 2023, discussion in 2023 to deal with 24, 25, 26, and beyond, absolutely beyond, is going to be critical to that sustainability question that the treasurer is bringing up, and the balance, because there's got to be a balance. And we need your input for that. And these will be, quite frankly, some tough discussions around where you're going to go. And that's how I'll leave it there. But that's pretty important to us and to you going forward in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarification, if you do go online and look, those figures are from 2020. That's the latest and the greatest that they've actually got from this, whatever company does this stuff. So, and yes, I think the last couple of years we've done amazing with budgets, and, you know, kudos to you guys too, because it's been good. So I'm sure we're not number 10 anymore. I'd love to see where we are, but again, the latest they have is 2020. Thank you.
Some of that is just changing the narrative around too, right? And changing the talking points that are out in the public realm. So was there any additional questions from any members of council? Let's side work ahead. Yeah, Councillor Prendergast, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mrs. Syed. And I learned a lot, a great deal. And I understand that we need to strike a balance between our long-term financial sustainability and short-term affordability. Earlier, when we were learning about the strategic plan, they mentioned the annexation of lands for commercial and industrial use. How much industrial growth would we need to see in Orangeville for the residential taxpayer to see an impact?
Good question, Councillor Prendergast. Over to you, Ms. Syed.
Through your worship to Councillor Prendergast, that's actually a really good question. Do I have that equation or that ratio on the top of my head? No, I should have been more well prepared for this. I didn't anticipate that question. So at this point in time, the build out is whatever the build out is, and our planner would be more able to speak to that. How much industrial land do we need to transfer that burden, so to speak, to the residential? Part of it is, and I'm really trying to answer this in the most, in a way that will play out the best way. So part of that is how much assessment we will get from that industrial development, right? Because assessment is something that is done by MPAC. So we really don't control. We may think an industrial development should be assessed at $1 million. MPAC may come back and say, based on our criteria, it's $500,000. So there's that point. So we can come up with an equation, but that could very quickly be dismantled because really we are not the group that calculates assessment. That's number one. And the second part of that is County of Dufferin decides what the ratio is. If you remember that equation that I've shown you, they decide where the burden is going. Well, when I say they decide, they're given the tools to manage it. So I don't know the exact ratio right now, but I think those are the two variables. If I can leave you with those two variables, will actually determine whether industrial growth will have a direct or an indirect impact on residential taxation.
Thank you very much through you, Mrs. Mayor. Thank you.
Have additional questions, Councillor Prendergast? You're good. Anybody else have any additional questions? No? Thank you very much, Ms. Syed. Appreciate your presentation very much. Thank you for being here and for Finance 101. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cunnington to introduce our next presenter.
So the next presentation is from our health and safety for the orientation. We have Sarah and Kate. Over to you.
Just pop your mic on there. You just turn your mic on. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
I see a red light. Excellent. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to your worship and members of council. We're very excited to be here today. So this is your health and safety orientation. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Sarah Alexander, the HR coordinator. I've been here for 7 years. It's a real privilege to be here. This will have been the second election I will have witnessed.
Hello, your worship and council. My name is Kate Nickel. I also work in HR as the health and safety assistant. I've been here for about 3 years now, so this is my first time working through an election, but I'm really excited to be here and excited to have the opportunity to work with all of you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the topics that we're going to cover today. So they are occupational health and safety, workplace violence and harassment, accident reporting, workplace civility, equity, diversity and inclusion, or EDI as it's commonly known, and accessibility standards. So we're going to relate these 6 topics as relates to either how it impacts members of council as individuals or how it would impact members of council through their decision making. So it's all centered on the workplace as well as council.
And I would just like to mention that we are just providing an overview of all the topics. So if you would like a more in-depth explanation or training, you can always come to us in HR and we can provide.
Next slide, please.
Okay, so to start, we're talking about occupational health and safety. And to begin our presentation, we have a little comic that we threw in to add some humor to our slides.
Thank you, Andrew.
So in Canada, occupational health and safety is provincially governed, and every employer in Ontario is required to have a health and safety policy, which is just a written statement by the corporation, which is stating their commitment to, thank you, Mona, stating their commitment to the health and safety of the workers as well as the public. And in Ontario, the body that governs occupational health and safety is the Ministry of Labour, Training and Skills Development. And they do have minimum legislative requirements that we must follow, which include setting out duties for all workplace parties and rights for workers to help establish a strong internal responsibility system. And we will talk about that a little bit later on. And establishing measures and procedures for dealing with workplace hazards, as well as providing enforcement of the law where compliance is not met voluntarily. And we do strive to go beyond these minimum requirements, of course. Next slide, please. So we always need to ensure that we are taking every precaution reasonable under the circumstances to prevent incidents in the workplace. And the onus is on the employer in case of employee injury. So in other words, we must be able to prove that we did everything we could to prevent injury. And this is often based on best practices in the industry. And everyone plays a part in the health and safety of their workplace, which is also known as the internal responsibility system. And this next slide will to show a quick diagram of the internal responsibility system. So everyone in the workplace has a responsibility for the health and safety of themselves as well as for their fellow workers. And here's a quick little example of how that works. So for a worker, if they identify a health and safety concern while on the job, they would report that to the supervisor who would assess the concern, report that to the employer who then would also assess the concern, put in any measures or controls to control the hazard, report that back to the supervisor who would then report back to the worker. And we have the Joint Health and Safety Committee just working around the clock, completing inspections and making recommendations for the health and safety of the corporation. Next slide, please. And just to note, there was an amendment to the Criminal Code of Canada. So it is just making it so anyone who has the authority to give someone a job to do or direct how someone completes a job, it is their duty to make sure that they are preventing any bodily harm to that person or any person while they are completing that job for them. So just to note, next slide, please. And this is a section from the Occupational Health and Safety Act that would relate directly to all of you as members of council. So really, just to sum it up, it's just asking you to make sure that we are in compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act and their regulations as outlined by the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development. So for all of you as members of council, what health and safety would look like in your role. To start, it would be participating in this little orientation training that we're doing right now and just being in the know and always being aware of what is happening within your sphere of responsibility when it comes to health and safety. So if you are provided reports, make sure that you review and consider them. If you need some more information, always ask for it and follow up if you don't get it. And always support the town's health and safety corporate program, of course, and consider the value of investing in preventative safety measures for the town.
And just one final note to add to Kate's section, whereas the criminal code states that we are innocent until proven guilty, when it comes to workplace health and safety, it's actually the reverse. So the employer is guilty until proven innocent. So if there is an incident, the employer must show that they took every reasonable precaution to prevent that from happening. And then the next topic we want to cover is workplace violence and harassment. Thank you. So firstly, I want to talk about changes to legislation. So the Occupational Health and Safety Act was amended in 2016 to add definitions of workplace violence and workplace harassment. So that put the onus on employers to prevent workplace and harassment against their employees and establish the need for workplaces to have policies and programs in place to address violence and harassment and also investigate all complaints. So investigations can look different depending on the complaint. It could mean that it was just a simple discussion and a resolution between the parties that was documented, or it could be a full-scale third-party investigation, depending on the violence or harassment allegation. So I think you've moved ahead a little bit. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. So employers do have to take every reasonable precaution to protect their employees, as we've already established, but they must also protect employees from harassment and violence. Council members are not considered supervisors or employers, but in certain circumstances, they could be held to the standard of employers and directors under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. For example, if a member of council is working with an employee, they are in some way responsible for their health and safety as relates to protecting them from harassment and violence. And as of course you already know, you are also held accountable via the Council Code of Conduct and the Integrity Commissioner. Next slide, please. So everybody has both the right and the responsibility to be in a workplace that's free of workplace violence and harassment. So that does also impact members of council. So, oh, you've gone ahead. Can I propose that we take a quick recess and we'll join on Teams and run the presentation? Is that okay, Your Worship?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Recess for a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We've got the technology working now. I think we're good. So we'll turn it back over to Ms. Alexander and Ms. Nicol. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our apologies, everyone. However, after 2 years of working remotely, we are very used to pivoting, so it's all good. So I'll just take it back to the previous slide. So as we've already established, employers do have to take every reasonable precaution to protect employees from harassment and violence. And we know that elected officials, members of council, are not technically supervisors or employers, but they could be held to be employers or directors under the Occupational Health and Safety Act if they're ever working directly with an employee, for example, where they were reasonably in charge of their health and safety. And also members of council, as you already know, are held accountable via the Council Code of Conduct and the Integrity Commissioner. So everybody has both the right and the responsibility to be in a workplace that's free of violence and harassment. So that impacts everybody, including members of council. So as individuals, if you ever feel that you are perhaps being harassed, these are the steps that you should follow. So your first option is always to ask the person to stop. We often find that it stops there because, as we all have learned, perception and intention are two incredibly different things. As soon as you are addressing somebody and saying, please stop, that's making me uncomfortable, it often ends there in that the person had no idea the impact that their conduct had on you. However, if you do not feel comfortable asking somebody to stop, or if it's simply they have not stopped, you can report it to the Chief Administrative Officer as well as Human Resources, and we will support you from a workplace and human resources perspective. The next steps would vary, of course, depending on the seriousness of the conduct. So our prevention program at the town of Orangeville is based around these principles. So we are all to treat one another with respect. And of course, we're not to engage in any behavior that falls under the harassment or violence definition. And know that we do discipline violators, and know that you have the right and the responsibility to report any incidents, and know that we do protect your confidentiality to the best of our ability. And know that we don't fear or that we don't tolerate retaliation, so there's no need to fear and everybody has the right to report. And here are the workplace controls that are put into place in particular for our employees. So our employees go through specific training to prevent and address violence and harassment if it does come up in their workplace. Also, our policies and procedures are specifically developed to both prevent and address violence and harassment at work. We have respectful workplace guidelines in place, which we have shared with you today via your handout. Of course, we have a code of conduct, which does address that none of us, violence and harassment is not tolerated. And of course, we work to promote a workplace that's not only free of violence and harassment, but also a very civil and respectful workplace. We do have an intake program if there is ever an incident, which is an R-zone program, and I'll show you what the form looks like shortly. We also have many employees that work both on the front line or work alone. So we do have to take extra steps to make sure that they are safe as well through our emergency response controls for those employees. This is what the R-zone form looks like. So this is an intake form if there ever is an incident. Everybody has the right to fill this out. If you are filling one out, you are identifying what happened, who was there, any witnesses, the actions that were taken, and then the second page is more for the administrative response and the actions taken to address the incident. So as I mentioned, we do have employees who either work on the front line or who work alone, so we do have to put in extra steps in place to make sure that they are safe. All of our front desks and counters at the town facilities have panic buttons. If an employee is working alone, they do have a special response device that they can use to notify their supervisor in an emergency. All of our town-owned phones, of course, have GPS and they can be tracked to make sure we know that our employees are safe. We do provide employee training on how to de-escalate situations and how to respond to violence and harassment.
Next, we're talking about accident reporting. So just so you all are aware, the town does have WSIB coverage for council members while they are in the course of their duties with the town. If an accident or incident occurs while you are completing duties with the town, of course, get medical attention if needed and report it to us in HR and the CAO within 3 days of the incident occurring. We will ask you to fill out an injury report, which we will show on the next slide. And if you do get medical attention, let them know it is a workplace injury, and they will provide you with a medical form that you can bring back to us, just letting us know how you are. The town does have modified work available. If you're not able to continue with your regular duties, we can provide accommodations for that. And if there is an investigation required for the incident, it is required that you do cooperate with that. Okay, so this is what our incident report would look like. You'd put in your personal information at the top. You'd put in exactly what happened when the incident occurred, what part of the body was harmed, and a description. Thanks, Mona. A description of the injury. And then the next page is more so for a critical injury. So that would be the type of medical care that was provided if an ambulance came, anything like that. Okay. Talking about workplace ability, that's me too. So we have a couple definitions for you. The first one is workplace ability defined by the National Standard of Psychological Health and Safety. So I'll give you a second to read that. Okay, good enough. Okay. And next we have a respectful workplace defined by the Mental Health Commission, and I'll give you a second for that as well. Okay, so the National Standard of Canada for Psychological Health and Safety in the Workplace identifies respect and civility in the workplace as one of the factors that impacts workplace mental health. And we can see a workplace that is striving in respect and civility. We will see job satisfaction amongst workers, feeling valued at work, improved morale and teamwork, engagement in problem resolution, reduced absenteeism, they're showing up a lot more, and enhanced relationships between coworkers. And when a workplace is lacking respect and civility, we really see the opposite. So we would see emotional exhaustion among staff, greater conflicts between workers, decreased effort, job withdrawal, and a workplace that is lacking in respect and civility can also pose the corporation to more grievances and legal risks. So when it comes to promoting civility and respect in the workplace, we always would like to start by striving to create positive interactions between everybody and understand perception versus intention. So Sarah did mention this a little bit already, but a good way to try to understand it is by thinking about your own behaviors and reactions and how they might impact others. And that can help you realize that maybe if someone is having a bad day and they said something kind of rude, they didn't really mean it to be harmful towards you. And what someone may experience as hurtful behavior really did not intend to be harmful at all. So as Sarah said before, the first thing is to just address it, ask the person to stop, and just try to understand their perception versus intention. Always be observant and considerate with each other, and always acknowledge each other and be as inclusive as possible, and follow the town's respectful workplace guidelines, which we have provided you with a copy of. And this guideline really just lays the framework for building a respectful and civil workplace, and it goes over the responsibilities of all parties within the corporation, as well as acceptable conduct and unacceptable conduct in the workplace.
Okay, the next topic we're going to cover is workplace EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So first I'm going to define some terms. So equity refers to the fair and respectful treatment of all people, where we do everything we can to eliminate and identify unfair biases, stereotypes, or barriers. The best way for me to explain equity is to differentiate it from equality, whereas equality, everybody is treated the same. In equity, we are identifying the differences between people and then putting extra steps in place to ensure that the people who are experiencing barriers have the same positive experience as the other employees by providing additional accommodations. Diversity is about the individual's variety of their own unique qualities and characteristics, whereas inclusion refers to the group. So inclusion is about the collective, creating a culture that strives for equity, embracing and respecting and valuing our differences. So in particular, when you put the two last terms together, diversity is being invited to the party, whereas inclusion is being asked to dance. That's just an excellent quote that we really like from Verna Myers, who's a well-known American author and speaker on diversity and inclusion topics. So here is how EDI measures affect our workplace. And our workplace EDI goals include the following. So we are called upon to ensure that the differences between our employees do not prevent them from accessing the same opportunities as everybody else, regardless of gender, religion, race, disability, what have you. It's our responsibility to make sure that all employees have the same positive and fulsome employment experience. So that means that we do have a responsibility to offer accommodations, whether they relate to a disability or any other human right. It's also our mandate to educate on unconscious bias. So for those who don't know that term, unconscious bias is that unconscious thing that all humans do where they see somebody for their gender or their race or what have you, and intrinsically they make a judgment without even realizing that they've made that judgment because that is the society that they were raised in. And then we also educate on how to prevent microaggressions. Microaggressions would be that step that happens after somebody allows the unconscious bias to impact how they treat somebody. So it's where you see somebody for their race or their gender or what have you, and then you make, probably unintentionally, a comment or ask a question that implies an insult to that person based on that group that they are a part of. So that's what a microaggression is. Mostly they are unintentional, but they are at least as harmful as more overt forms of discrimination. So here are the town initiatives to strengthen and support workplace EDI. The town recently launched a psychological health and safety survey for all employees. It covered, of course, many topics, but in particular, it covered employees and how they view workplace EDI and where we can strengthen EDI and where we can improve. We also provide employee training on EDI. We also share whatever webinars that come our way, we share them with employees so that they're available to them. We also have an employee wellness portal, which provides mental health resources and also has EDI resources available as well. In general, it is both our privilege and our responsibility to build an inclusive workplace culture. Okay, the final topic that we're going to cover is accessibility standards. So accessibility, of course, is a multi-layered topic, as I believe Ms. Syed referred to. So we're just going to apply it to how it impacts the workplace and how it impacts human resources. So our mandate is to provide customer service accessible training to all staff to ensure that all of our employees treat all members of the public the same and respect their dignity regardless of any individual barriers the person may have. We also are responsible to make sure that anything that we purchase or any service that we procure is fully accessible to anybody who may need to use it. Of course, all of our website content, all of our news releases, all of our documents have to be fully accessible. Not only that, but it's also our responsibility to communicate what accessible formats are available. Both prospective and current employees have the right to a fully accessible, positive workplace experience. So we do offer accommodations during and after the employment process begins. Whenever somebody comes forward and they need help with accommodating perhaps a disability or any other kind of barrier, we do have to provide that in a timely manner, and we also have to respect their confidentiality. It's all about respecting one another's dignity. Okay, well, that was a lot of information in about 20 minutes, so we really appreciate your patience with our technological issues. So thank you so much. I'd like to open up to the floor with the permission of your worship if there are any questions for us, and we will answer them to the best of our ability.
Thank you both very much for your presentation. It was very informative, covered a lot of great topics. Councillor McIntosh, I think, had a question to start with.
Thank you very much. My question's in regards to WSIB. Orangeville Hydro and our police force, OPP, do they fall in with the town, or are they a separate entity on their own?
Ms. Alexander?
To my knowledge, with your worship's permission, Orangeville Hydro and Ontario Provincial Police are not under our WSIB mandate.
Looks like Ms. Cohn may have a comment.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor McIntosh. That's correct. They're their own employers and don't fall under the town's WSIB.
Please. Does that answer your question, Councillor McIntosh, or additional follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Orangeville Police, they fell under the town's umbrella?
Through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor McIntosh, that's correct. Orangeville Police did fall under the town's WSIB.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Prendergast.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I just had a question about, is there a mechanism for town staff to anonymously report unsafe machinery or equipment or workplace conditions that they might feel they want to anonymously report?
Oh, go ahead.
Ms. Nimble, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Pendergast. There is a incident report form which all employees have access to and are able to fill out. There is an option to put a name in, but of course they don't have to. And through submission, we may be able to see that it's them, us and HR, but we would not share that information if they ask us not to.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor.
Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to our guests, Sarah and Kate. Thank you for your presentation. Always a pleasure to have this updated for organizations such as ours. The EDI initiatives, comment on this. We also had our EDI committee, which turned out to be a very progressive one that both Mayor Post and I co-chaired, and looking forward to seeing that particular committee reassembled and moving things forward. But on the note of committees, to refresh my memory and of course some of our new members of council, when it comes to committees, do they have, I know there's an orientation somewhat to our committees of council, but is there a opportunity for this type of information to be shared with those individuals?
Ms. Alexander?
Through your worship, thank you for that suggestion. I think that's a wonderful idea. We had a wonderful resource through clerks. When I joined the committee personally as a secretary, I had wonderful support from our clerks team and would really be excited to work with them on presenting these topics as well.
Deputy Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Post, we would back and include that in our.
And the only reason I bring that to council and those in attendance attention is the fact that we do have a breadth of individuals that are coming who have volunteered to be a part of the different council committees, but we don't necessarily vet their backgrounds. And I think that it's imperative, as much as we have the chairs of those particular committees, what can sometimes transpire is, and this is where you want to avoid that, because they are in fact a part of this umbrella. So that kind of information would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Was there any additional questions from members of council? No.
Thank you both very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you so much for your attention. It's been a real privilege. Thank you.
Ms. Cohn, did you want to add something? You look okay. You looked eager. I will turn it over now to our Deputy Clerk, Tracy McDonald, for her portion on the freedom of information.
Good morning, Mayor Post, members of council. I'm pleased to be here today, part of your council orientation. I'll apologize in advance. I do struggle between reading my notes and putting my glasses on to look at you, so you'll see a lot of that just at that stage. So I do apologize for that disruption. For those of you who may not know me, I'm Tracy McDonald. I'm the Deputy Clerk for the town, and I'm going to talk to you today just a little bit about freedom of information and the protection of privacy. Not necessarily the most exciting of topics, but certainly one that we have to cover, and just like to give you a little bit of information so you can govern yourselves accordingly. So council and in fact all staff have an obligation not to breach privacy and not to share personal information. The information that I provide to you will hopefully help you to understand the legislation that governs this process, which is the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I'll be referring to the legislation throughout the presentation as MFIPA. Next slide, please, Andrea. So what is personal information? So as you can see on the slide, it's a variety of information related to an individual, such as their name, their address, their gender, their criminal history, etc. When you take that information and put it together with another piece of information that could identify an individual person, that is the definition of personal information under the legislation. So when the town is processing a Freedom of Information request, it is our responsibility to balance the right of the public to access information with the right of the individual, I should say, to have their privacy protected. So we're always trying to balance those two things because we do want to be transparent in all that we do, but at the same time, very mindful of individual privacy. Next slide, please, Andrea. So as you can see on the screen, there's a number of documents, I'll say, that the public can access simply on our website or just by asking. So we call that routine disclosure, and that is just items that the public can access simply by asking. They don't have to go through the FOI process. So examples of, the most requested or accessed documents would, of course, be council agendas, minutes, as well as reports and committee minutes and agendas. Next slide, please, Andrea. So typical requests that come through for Freedom of Information, again, they're listed on your screen, but the most frequent ones that the town of Orangeville receives are bylaw complaints, fire reports. It is also important to mention that we do have video surveillance at different locations across the town. So at some point, we definitely could be we could receive rather an FOI request for that video surveillance. So that is something that we wanted to point out to you. One of the other bullets on the screen is a request for all recordings. So as it specifically may relate to council, that could be a request for, as an example, all of the emails. I'm sorry, Councillor Sherwood, I'm going to pick on you. All of the emails of Councillor Sherwood to CAO Osmond, and then we would have to process that request. I mentioned that specific example just because one of the biggest takeaways from this morning that my presentation that I want you to understand is being mindful when you're composing an email. So the very simple process of using the BCC, of course, is one thing, and I think that we're all very good at doing that, and that's just protecting the email address, so the personal information of the person that you're corresponding with, but also being mindful that, an email is a record. It is subject to the Freedom of Information process. So if we would want you to guide yourself so that the content of the email, if needed to be released, would certainly not be embarrassing or jeopardizing to yourself or to the town. But also, I would reference that emails aren't to be a records repository. So where you can, you've sent the email, you've, use the BCC, you've been mindful and respectful of the contents of the email, but when you don't need it anymore, not only delete it, but do that double delete, then it's gone from the system. It's not a record that we have any longer. So that's just one tip if I could pass that along. And next slide, please, Andrea. So then I'll just take you through just a little bit, a very brief overview of how we process a Freedom of Information request, just so that you have that understanding. So a member of the public can come into Town Hall or access the form online. They submit the request form together with the $5 fee. We then have 30 days, and that's legislated under MFIPA, to process that request. So our first step would be reviewing the request, determining if there's any way that we could narrow or condense the request just to assist us with responding with the appropriate records. Then once we have taken that step, we receive the records from the appropriate division or divisions within the town, review those records to determine if there are any third parties could potentially be impacted in the release of those records. If that is in fact the case, the legislation again sets out the process for us notifying that third party and obtaining their input with respect to release of the records. Though we do go through that process of obtaining input from the third party and definitely do take their input seriously, it is the responsibility of the town, regardless of the opinion of the third party, to apply the legislation appropriately to the record set. So just because the third party may say, I don't want my information released, that doesn't mean it's not going to be. Once we've done the third party step, we review the records, we make the appropriate redactions. If any, we send our final decision to the requester. But it is important also to let you know that both the third party and the requester have the right to appeal to the Information and Privacy Commissioner if they don't agree with some piece of our decision. The IPC would then take it and potentially mediate the conflict. If that didn't work, they would make a ruling on yes, we were right, or release the information, essentially. Next slide, Andrea. I will mention at that point as well that typically at this point this year, I believe we've processed 15 FOIs, which mightn't sound like a huge number, but it is increasing year over year. 3 years ago, we had, I think, 3. So it is significantly on the rise. So we do want to keep a handle on that as well. So on the slide in front of you, there are 2 IPC Information and Privacy Commissioner fact sheets. So those are included. This presentation is included in the link that CAO Osmond has referred to, that Andrea Shaw has compiled for us. So I would encourage you at some point to click on the link, particularly of the second fact sheet. It does contain a lot of important information, particularly with respect to councillors, all of council. So I would encourage you at some point in the future to please read that. I'll give you a little overview of what they do say, but that one in particular, I would appreciate if you did take a read. So as I already referenced, the recorded information, or rather personal information, I've given you the definition of that. The fact sheet that I'm referencing does also reference what recorded information is. So I've alluded to this, but it does include paper, electronic records, which obviously would include emails, but also Teams messages and videos. So essentially all types of communication that is recorded in any fashion is considered a record. The second fact sheet, as I indicated, relates specifically to councillor records. So councillor records are subject to MFIPA under a couple of circumstances, namely if the councillor is acting as an officer or employee of the town, or if the records are in the custody or control of the town. So essentially, as your emails are on the town server, they are in the custody and control of the town. However, even if the councillor is not acting as an officer or employee of the town, the records can still be subject to MFIPA if they are in the control or custody of the town. So if you're using your Teams account for some personal business of any sort, that could be still considered a record of the town simply because we have custody or control of that. And the IPC does take a broad definition of custody and control, and they consider a variety of factors, which, as I already referenced, do the contents relate to the town, the business of the town? could the town reasonably expect to get a copy if they requested it? Meaning, if the town has custody and control, but also just because we don't physically have that custody and control doesn't mean we couldn't get it if we ask you for it. So it is important to remember those points. So just as a wrap up to my presentation, I would just remind you, please do the double delete on your emails. Be very mindful when you're using social media platforms because those also could be considered a record, in fact, are records, so that you're not using your personal social media platforms to discuss town business, because once you get into that sort of gray area, that could be subject of an FOI request, and we would be obligated to respond. So that's all I have for you. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. We'll start with Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. The process fee of $5 doesn't seem to be enough. Who sets that rate?
That's set right in the legislation in MFIPA, and 100% agree. It's not, yeah, it's very negligible, but that we're bound by that.
Thank you.
Councillor Sherwood.
Through you, Mayor, you kind of stole my first question. So I thought the fee was very, very small. And I'm just wondering, do we have anything in our rates and fees schedule that we can charge back staff time to look up any type of documentation?
The legislation does also provide, it sets, in fact, the fees that we can charge for processing of a request. Again, I could certainly get those for you, Councillor Sherwood. I don't recall them off the top of my head, but again, they are not significant. So a typical FOI request, you'd be lucky to get to the $100, which certainly does not cover staff time to process.
Any additional questions? No. Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through Your Worship to Ms. McDonald. And again, thank you to both Councillor Stevens and Sherwood for the other piece on the FO and the fees. Cost recovery. I know that some of the examples that have been spoken about, there's staff time that have far exceeded that $5 fee. You raised a point that I thought kind of caught many of us regarding the communications piece, and it is interesting to hear about social media that falls under this umbrella. Would you have clarification that you can provide, or I'm not sure if this might even come from our communications manager, as for another part of the social media form, which is the messenger component? So Messenger, for example, on Facebook, many of us will communicate, and there's some sensitivity to that because, again, we have our own personal accounts, but then we also have our council accounts too as well, and sometimes those lines are blurred. Not necessarily intentionally, but that can happen. So for the sake of making sure that we are doing the right things, wanting to have maybe a response from you and or anyone else that might be able to provide that response.
So through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Andrews, that's not a scenario that I've specifically researched, though I'm happy to do that for you, though I would potentially think it is the same as an email is treated. So it's essentially, you may view it as a private communication, but I believe it would be considered a record of the town and thus subject to freedom of information. But I can certainly look up a decision and verify that, or if Ms. Cunnington has additional.
Yeah, Ms. Cunnington, go ahead. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Andrews. I will echo what Ms. McDonald said in terms of treating it like an email. So anything in terms of those direct messages would be similar. I would just treat it as if you're responding to someone by email. I'd also encourage you, if you're getting into more sensitive discussions, that you take that off of a social media platform, especially if you're engaging where you're asking for addresses and stuff like that. With cybersecurity that we talked about on Wednesday, taking some of those conversations into, a town environment where it's a little bit more controlled would probably be recommended as well. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. And the only other piece to that is conversations that are arbitrarily recorded. And that's not to say that the recipients or the participants would know, but you know, the magic of a device today, I think that any declaration is important, but those types of situations have happened in the past, not necessarily with this council, but you know, I've been privileged to some of those circumstances where participants did not know that they were being recorded, and I think that that declaration is very, very important.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Andrews. Yeah, so again, just making sure that you know, taking things to email and you know, phone conversations, I think it would fall under the town policies. So you're exactly right in terms of making sure things are recorded. On the other side of things, it takes, you know, 2 seconds to screenshot what you think is a private message and for it to appear on social media in a very public forum. So that happens all the time in terms of social media where you're communicating one-on-one with someone. So it goes both ways, I guess, in terms of what I'm trying to say. But, you know, having those conversations and encouraging that either a phone call or follow up on some of those more sensitive requests is always recommended.
Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Is there any additional questions from members of council? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, and I hope it's not silly, but what about written notes? Do they fall under the Freedom of Information Act?
If similar to what I referenced, I'm sorry, through you, Mayor Post, to Councillor Prendergast, if we had access, like if we could reasonably expect to obtain that upon request, then that would also be considered a record. So essentially, yes, you should guide yourself in that manner and be very careful.
Does that answer your question? Perfect. Is there any additional questions from members of council? No? Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. At this time, we are going to take a 20-minute break, I believe. Okay. 15? Perfect. 15 minutes. We'll see everybody back. Thank you. item 7.4 in the agenda, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Osmond to introduce the Community Services Department.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, first off, I want to extend a big thank you to our entire community services team, all the staff that are behind these 4 managers here today, and Darla, of course, has done her presentation on the first evening. But to the managers in the community services team, I want to really extend my big thank you, simply because over the last number of months, of course, I've assumed the role of acting CAO in order for me to accomplish all the goals and things on the table for that particular role. These guys here have been real troopers. And we always say in our meetings, they always say in meetings, well, we got your back, Ray. And I got to tell you, I wouldn't want no better group than this one. They've been really keen on top of things and moving the agenda along in community services. And not just these managers, but behind them are supervisors, coordinators, guys right down to the casual and lifeguards on the deck and so on and so forth. And when you go into the community service environment, you find out rather quickly how really focused they are on getting things done and committed they are to this corporation. So I want to extend that big thank you. And again, I will introduce them. First off, we have Economic Development and Culture, Ruth Phillips, Manager. I'm just going to do introductions. Facilities and Parks, Charles Cosgrove, Manager. Of course, our Chief, Ron Morden. And he was late to the game today. That's okay. Orangeville Public Library, you met Darla on Wednesday evening. And Recreation Events is Sharon Doherty. And that's our management team. And I want to say just a couple of things in terms of community services. There's a lot of things on our plate. A lot of people made these comments over time, and they say, well, community services is a soft serve sort of the part of the operation. It's always quite interesting. I would be advocating the fact that community services, certainly in the past and even now, of course, in how we operate and how we do our business, is definitely essential to how we move forward this municipality. But I got to tell you, in terms of the landscape going forward, community services is probably more paramount today than it's ever been. In terms of what's going on, coming out of the pandemic is one thing, but the health and wellness environment that we're living in these days for families and all individuals, communities, and so on and so forth, is pretty critical on how we deal with that. And the delivery of programs and services, albeit in communities, neighborhoods, to business, as an example, dealing with emergency services and all these kinds of things in this realm that we're into here now. There's a lot of things going on. It's a very evolving kind of a landscape. But I think, we'll talk today about the kinds of things we do. But, I want to say that from my perspective, we started in 2022 more on a planning, excuse me, and taking advantage of, the time during the pandemic to do a lot of planning across all these divisions. And we're going to use a theme. You'll see me using the theme quite a bit going forward the next few days as we get into budget. I think our theme is continuing the momentum, and that's what we're going to take away. I want to leave it there. Let the managers take you through the operations and what they do, what their future plans are. And again, thank you, guys. And I guess we're going to start with Ruth. Is it Ruth? Yes.
Welcome, Ms. Phillips.
Here's the other chair.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Council for having me here today. If you want to go to the first slide, Andrea. The Economic Development and Culture Office is staffed by 5 full-time employees and currently 1 contractual staff, the Main Street Ambassador. Operational costs associated with the office are offset as much as possible through partnerships and funding agreements established with our municipal, provincial, and federal partners. As an example, the Small Business Enterprise Center is a program delivered by our office to provide services to small business owners throughout Orangeville and surrounding communities. The program is delivered through a renewable agreement with the province of Ontario, with funding of approximately $156,000 per year. This program is also supported by a $40,000 annual grant from the County of Dufferin and approximately $3,000 in support from the town of Shelburne. We also try to capitalize on any external funding opportunities available to expand services in our business to our business community. Right now, for example, we're delivering a local business accelerator program funded predominantly through FedDev Ontario to provide supports and grants to select businesses in the downtown core. Overall, in 2022, we've secured approximately $260,000 to support the services that we deliver in external funding and to help reduce costs to the taxpayer. And just last week, on top of this funding, we were successful in receiving $50,000 grant through our partnership with Central Counties Tourism to support the Broadway Bricks program. And that grant, frankly, goes right back to what Councillor Andrews was speaking to earlier, that sometimes these funding organizations come up with money at the last minute. We have very little notice. We kind of have to drop everything that we're working on, submit grant applications, hope that we can get the project done by the very tight deadlines that are put in place. And the more we can get away from that effort, or the more we can advocate as a town to create more realistic timelines, probably the greater amount of funding we would be able to take advantage of. Okay, next slide. The Economic Development Office oversees the business, tourism, and cultural elements of the town's services. We seek to create a healthy economy with prosperous businesses and diverse employment opportunities by working towards 4 major goals: to attract new business investment to the community, to support business retention and expansion opportunities, as mentioned previously, to pursue partnerships and collaborations with the goal of increasing our services while also capitalizing on external funding sources. And we work to build on the key clusters of our local economy. And the key clusters for Orangeville include tourism, the creative industries, professional scientific and the professional engineering and science sector, and manufacturing. Next slide, Andrea. In terms of our current and future projects that we're working on, some of the current and upcoming priority projects include continued implementation of the town's tourism strategy and action plan that was adopted by Council in 2021. We've made strong progress in implementing the plan to date, and we have a number of initiatives planned for 2023. Some of our key goals for the upcoming year include continued advertising and promotion of the town as a day destination and expansion of our video, blogging, and photography inventories. We're also looking to expand our tourism experiences. We hope to create a summer student position in 2023 to lead tasting, public art, and architecturally related tours throughout the community during the summer months. And we'll introduce a couple of new events, including a Taste of Maple event in the spring, Music in the Park series in the fall, as well as a potential outdoor arts exhibit. Next slide, Andrea. Oh, I'm sorry, go back. Another project that we're looking at is continued work on the 82 to 90 Broadway parking lot development. Over the past year and a half, staff have completed a number of background exercises and projects related to the potential development of this site. To date, 3 design concepts have been provided for Council's review, with financial considerations attached to each of them. Potential ownership structures have been examined and recommendations made to Council. An economic impact study was completed that indicated that while municipal subsidization could be required to move forward, economic benefits would be derived from this development. Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessments were conducted that showed no issues related to the property. And finally, a downtown traffic analysis was conducted to determine if paid parking in the downtown area could help offset potential development costs. It's important to note that this study indicated that no action should be taken on this front and that we should not be looking at introducing paid parking at any time in the near future. Following completion of these tasks, at its August 8th meeting, Council directed staff to submit a capital budget request for $160,000 to continue moving this project forward. Should Council decide to pursue this development, the funds would be used to hire a consulting firm to oversee all aspects of the development proposal process through to the selection of a successful developer. And these funds would also cover any related legal fees. In terms of other projects, with the reconstruction of Centennial Road now complete, we hope to install new wayfinding signage throughout the industrial park in 2023. The signs are popular with business owners in that area. However, some were damaged during the recent reconstruction, and most of the signs are at least 25 years old. They are all badly deteriorated and in need of replacement. In an effort to support our business owners with the ongoing labor shortages being experienced across all industries, we will reintroduce in-person periodic job fairs in 2023. And as we look ahead to 2024 and 2025, a new economic development strategy should be considered. Our current strategy was last updated in 2017 and is certainly due for a refresh. Probably the biggest issues facing the Economic Development Office are items that all members of council heard when they were on the campaign trail. They are all interrelated, and there are no simple solutions to them. In recent years, there has been significant interest in Orangeville for both industrial and commercial development. As employers in the GTA wish to expand, they look to our community as an affordable alternative. Business owners look for service lands and buildings of varying sizes as part of their site selection process, and we don't have a lot to offer, certainly not on the municipally owned front. Many of the smaller parcels that are available in Orangeville have challenges associated with their development. Not surprisingly, attraction and retention of a qualified workforce has become a challenge for businesses across all industries in Orangeville. While this issue is not unique to Orangeville, we need to examine as many options as possible to position the town competitively to support our local businesses with their expansion efforts. A lack of affordable and available housing compounds the workforce challenges that we face. And housing affordability is also very much tied into a lack of land available for development. The final thing I'd like to say is Councillor Pendergast raised a good question when the Treasurer was speaking with respect to, what impact would more land have on the industrial assessment. And I will leave that to our Treasurer to answer, but I would like to just add that in addition to tax assessment, we know very well that the more businesses, the more diverse employment opportunities that a community has, the more likely individuals are to be able to live and work, to live in the community that they also work in. When they can work in the community that they live in, a greater proportion of the disposable income that they have available, a greater amount of their income is spent in that local environment. And that in turn creates diverse revenue streams, it supports our business, and it creates a healthy economy. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. Was there questions from council? Councillor Andrews, go ahead.
As opposed to a question, it's a comment. And again, Ms. Phillips, I want to thank you and your team for the work that you've done. And some of the omissions that are not on your presentation, of course, was the community improvement plan, which again, I know that you and your team ended up doing an incredible amount of work. I think one of the challenges that we have is, in fact, the amount of developable land, especially when we're trying to attract potentially some additional investment in industrial manufacturing side. I know it's premature, but do you have any suggestions for this council moving forward? Because again, one of the pieces that I spoke earlier was the advocacy on behalf of the town and departments. But you know firsthand that there are some challenges with there's only so much land available, and I see a lot of activity happening on the existing land that is being developed at this point.
Ms. Phillips?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Andrews. The more municipally owned or controlled land that we have available, the better. The more that we can control the type, the size of the development that goes in, the better off we are as a municipality. Councillor McIntosh raised this issue, I believe, on the first night of training with council. We do have to start exploring opportunities to expand our land holdings, both residential and employment lands. There are really two options there. Annexation is one of them, and you raised that earlier, Councillor McIntosh. But there are also opportunities to work with our neighboring municipalities, collaborating with them, partnering with them to come up with some kind of cost sharing and revenue benefit scenarios that will benefit all of our communities in Dufferin County and Caledon.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Was there additional questions from any member of council? No? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Phillips. And we'll bring up Manager of Facilities and Parks. Mr. Cosgrove, it's all yours.
Welcome, Mr. Cosgrove.
Thank you. Through Mayor Post and members of council. My name's Charles Cosgrove. Some of you may not know me. I am the Manager of Facilities and Parks. I started in this field in 1980, which is a few years ago. And I have been with the town now with various roles since about 1995. So I've been here for a few years. The part of the division I'm going to talk about is Facilities and Parks. We are not a large division. We have a total of about 15 employees. 12 of them work right in the recreation facilities. We do have a vacancy. 3 of them we have are our parks operation. So when we look at the organizational chart, we're not large, but our hands touch all aspects of the corporation. We offer assistance to other divisions, other departments, plus carry out the work that we need to carry out in order to get things done. Some of the, if you want to switch that, Andrea, some of the facilities you may not be aware of is we do everything from town hall to the recreation centers. We look after the physical structures of our water pollution control plants, our wells, police stations, fire, OPSCA or Orangeville Animal Control. We touch everything. And then on top of that, we have our 40 parks, over 20 kilometers of trails, sports fields, ball diamonds, open space, conservation lands, and trails that we also look after as well. Some of the projects that we will be working on in the coming year and trying to finish up from the year that just went by, I was only going to really talk about 4 or 5 of the major ones that we have coming or ongoing right now. One of them is the Alder Street Recreation Center, where we are in the process of expanding from a 6-lane lap pool to an 8-lane lap pool, replacing the leisure pool, adding in some splash pad components, as well as new water slides. That project is moving along. I talked to the supervisor yesterday. Concrete was being poured. The stainless steel walls around the leisure pool were up. They were being welded together. Once the concrete cures, the stainless steel sides will start going up on the lap pool, and that project will still continue to move forward. Part of that project as well is a new HVAC system that is going in on the roof. That system there will control the quality of air, the heat, the entire atmosphere of the pool. It did have a dollar value of $800,000. It is in the process of coming to site and being installed this month. Another project that we are working on is the trail system that's going to be going through town. We are right now in the process of trying to finish up the second phase of the one that started off at Veterans Way. The granular work has been done to bring us down to Broadway. The west abutment is being installed for the boardwalk that's going to be going in there. The east abutment, we ran into a little bit of difficulty, which we are correcting right now. We did not understand there was a buried bell box under the ground with the fiber optics running through the wetlands. So we are readjusting some stuff there. That will be done. I talked to the consultant yesterday and they are predicting that will still be completed by March. So that project is still going to move on. And then we are also working on the other aspect of it that goes south of Broadway. We are doing surveys right now so we can put in a proposal to Credit Valley Conservation in order to receive approvals and permits for them so we can move that portion of the trail along and take us all the way to town line. We're hoping to have that one done as well sometime early summer next year. That's what the goal. It all depends on what holdups we might get through the Credit Valley Conservation. Another area is the library renovation we're working on right now. That is a new elevator reception desk that is going in right now. It is on target. They believe that'll be reopened to the public again by April. They have most demolition is already done. They've already started reframing up the stuff that needs to be reframed back in and are working on starting to build the elevator shaft very shortly. So that one they are looking at to be on time. The elevator alone is an 18 to 20 week build. So that's why it's like the end of March. Everything else will be done. They'll be waiting for the elevator. The elevator comes in, we get it commissioned, and then it'll be reopened back to the public. And of course, another one we're working is Orangeville Fire Hall. That one is in the process right now. So design is being completed. I believe it was presented to council already. We are right now in the process of doing geotechnical studies to make sure what may need to be done to make sure that the land is stabilized in order to build this property there. We are hoping that that will be hitting the market for tender sometime in the spring. So we have a few little projects on the go. And then those are just some of the major ones. And then we will have some more come into council in 23 as well. So we'll probably be about 20 or 30 more projects again for next year. So if we want to go to the next, some of the areas that we find or may impact us is inflationary concerns. We are getting hit with inflationary everywhere. Like and I can't control it and I don't know what to do. So we do the very best we can. We try and make compromises within the project to make sure the projects continue forward. Along with inflationary, you're getting supply chain line issues as well. We can't get the stuff like the elevator 18 to 20 weeks to get an elevator built. One of the other areas we're looking at is we've been trying to recruit licensed staff since about May, and we have none. We have staff on, we have enough already on hand. We are down to one licensed employee. So it is recruitment of staff is one of the issues that we're facing, but we're looking at alternative methods to get around that, which will relieve some pressure from that. Other than that, if people would like to ask Mr. Osmond questions, I'm more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cosgrove. It's nice to see that you're undertaking these tiny little projects to keep our town moving. It looks like Councillor Stevens has a question to start with.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. A couple questions and then maybe a wish list. The older pool, do you have an estimate time when it's going to be completed?
Mr. Cosgrove?
Through Mayor Post to Councillor Stevens, we have not received a recent updated timeline, but we are hoping that it will be early spring that will be up and running.
Thank you. If I may. The trail that's going to go over Broadway, is there going to be a barrier so that motorized vehicles such as ATVs and snowmobiles won't be able to cross that?
Through Mayor Post to Councillor Stevens, yes, there will be barricades put up along there as well. We also have a new parks bylaw that is going to be presented to council very shortly, which will address some of those issues as well.
Thank you. Through your worship, while I was out canvassing, quite a few residents, I would say a lot, long-term goal, we're looking at an indoor facility such as a turf. And obviously we all know that Tony Rose needs to be upgraded or improved. Any future thoughts on those?
Mr. Cosgrove?
Through Mayor Post to Councillor Stevens, it's one of our initiatives for this year that we unfortunately didn't get to, was to do a feasibility study for artificial turf, as well as the Tony Rose Memorial Sports Center, what its future may hold. Those two projects were sort of put on hold for right now, and we'll probably move forward in 23. That way we would actually have a better understanding of cost, as well as what the future of that facility may hold.
Thank you. And then just one final, and I don't think this one would cost a lot, but I know baseball, they'd like roofs on their dugouts. I don't see that being, real heavy expense, but I know that we also don't own all the land. So if you can comment on that.
Through Mayor Post to Councillor Stevens, yes, we do have a small project to put some roofs on ball diamonds over the players' benches. This summer we did an upgrade to the infields, and as part of that, the contractor there, we asked him, could you please price out to do the 2 roofs at POW, Princess of Wales, and his price came back at $83,000, and I said, no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's a good answer. Before I move it on to any other members of council who may be interested, I just wanted to give you one other piece of feedback that I did hear on the campaign trail before I forget about it, which is there is a big appetite for a dog park on the west end of town as well. So just to keep it on your radar for whenever that may come about. I see Mr. Osmond moving his microphone. I'll pass it over to him.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, first of all, Mr. Cosgrove is a little shy. I just want to speak on a couple things because it's very timely. The question on Tony Rose in particular, we delayed actually releasing that particular project. One of the issues we have with data right now is we lost a couple of years in data, and we also have the experience of some things that are happening in that building. And you're absolutely correct. The master plan speaks to all the items you're asking for, including the interior field house, if you would, or turf, or whatever it might be at the end of the day. There's economies of scale and also a lot of alignment with the various projects. So one of the things we're doing is we're trying to get the pool out of the way at Alder, and at Alder we have funding for the upstairs. And basically what we've done now with that RFP is we've actually gelled the RFP together. So we have the outdoor field, turf field, and we have the upstairs at Alder, and we have Tony Rose as one RFP. And the reason for that is because they all impact each other. And we also, just for your information, we've had conversations with the Upper Grand Public School staff. And the reason why we had those conversations is because we think there's an opportunity for a collaboration or a partnership, particularly with the old DSS lands, because they're basically in the area where Tony Rose and outdoor environment fits together. So it's important that we look at the complete package. And this is where I'm thinking in terms of some of the things I've injected throughout this session the last 3 days, is the ability to collaborate and get to the table and have some conversations. And the sustainability of some of the things we're doing, like large facilities as an example, where indoors meets outdoors is really important, but also where the partners can get to the table and say, hey, you know something, your maintenance of this field is at a certain level. We can take it to another level. we can have an agreement that says you can access these fields during school time and all this kind of thing. But that is the future. And these big projects, in the conversations that I also alluded to earlier, is the big projects we need to have a further discussion on to get council to give us some direction on what will be our priorities and how are we going to manage this thing, because that beast is getting quite large. And when you get into the budget 2023, we'll address some of it, but we're going to find ourselves going into that environment because when you talk about that indoor facilities, an example, we're talking multi-million-dollar project. And that's important. So compared to what Mr. Koselak has discussed in his session yesterday or last night, where we deal with compliance is difficult. Compliance is compliance. You don't have a lot of maneuverability with that. However, when you deal with facilities, you're making decisions on when do you do it, how do you do it, how big should it be, so on and so forth. Those questions are ones you can pull back on and you can have some really good discussions about. And the other thing about, and I'll finish with this, is one of the things that's really come back to us, and we get those messages too, and I've heard from councillors and the mayor, of course, is that the public are asking, well, how do we get engaged in this? How do we get, participate in these discussions? How do we get involved in having input? And I think that's pretty critical because at the end of the day, the people that are having that input are also the same people who are going to be using it. So it's pretty important to us going into 2023 to take a lot of the projects that Charles is talking about and going to be alluding to in 2023 budget. It really comes down to changing our game plan a little bit. And I think when you look at the strat plan that I've seen up to now, you're actually going to get access to all the data and so on. It's up there in like top 3 that we got to change our game plan a little bit for that public participation piece and how we plan our facilities and so on and so forth. So I think it's great timing, but there's a lot of things on the table in Charles' world. And I got to say, the projects that he's talked about, a couple of the big ones, they're ongoing because they're large. These are large projects, but these guys have finished in excess of 50 projects this year. So we won't get into all that detail, but we are a pretty busy operation. So I just say thank you, and I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Husman. Councillor Prendergast, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To you, Mr. Cosgrove. First, as someone who uses the 40 parks in Orangeville often with my children, I'd like to thank you. They're very well maintained, and if there's ever an issue, they get fixed so quickly, and it's just a very responsive staff as far as I see. So thank you so much. I'm curious about the trail crossing close to the Avalon, by the Tim Hortons. What might that look like? Because I'm just seeing maybe safety concerns and trying to cross that busy street with my kids on bicycles. And I was curious. Thank you.
Through Mayor Post to Councillor Prendergast, thank you for the kind comments. The trail that you're referring to, the second phase is being done now. So there will be barricades put up right where Broadway is, so you cannot cross there. And you will actually, there will be a slight turn to the east, so left if you're coming from Veterans Way. A boardwalk is going to be created, which will go across the wetlands. It comes out by the Avalon driveway. The pathway will continue to the set of lights. There will be proper cycling and pedestrian crossings put at the set of lights to take you across to the south side of Broadway. And then that's where the next phase of the trail will start. And that area just south of Broadway is the one that's being surveyed because that does fall under CVC regulation. So we have to make sure what we can do. We have to get all the information ahead of time. Our landscape architect will do the design and details that need to be there. It'll be submitted to CVC for approval. Once we get their permits, then we go out for tender and we'll continue that. Every road crossing that we come to will have the barricades put in place. Part of the project will also be signage going along the entire trail system with rest spots and refuge containers as well throughout the course of that trail.
Thank you very much. And I would also just, if I may, Madam Mayor, echo those same questions about turf that I heard on the campaign trail from a lot of very interested lacrosse families. So I'm glad to hear that it is on the radar. Thank you.
Is there any additional questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Cosgrove. Thank you for your presentation. 2 questions, maybe a comment and a question if I could. So my question would be the fire hall that we're building, and I've forgotten, on the one side of it, can we lug on another building at some point? Is there still room to develop there? And specifically what I'm thinking of is how would you put this? I've had conversations where our other areas of, how am I trying to put it? Ambulance, I guess is what maybe the best way to put it. Paramedic services, thank you. They're getting to the point where they're going to need more room. Is there room to lug that on as another exercise at some point as a secondary building for them, or would we have to find a different location altogether?
Through Mayor Post to Deputy Mayor Taylor. Currently, right now, my understanding is the town purchased a parcel of land. From that parcel of land, we've carved out the section where the fire hall will be placed, including the training sessions that are necessary for our fire department, as well as the parking. Now, there is land that could be made available right next to it. I'm not sure which direction council is going to be looking at going with that piece of land, if they're going to be looking at retaining it, selling it, help offset the cost of the fire hall. That'll be a decision that council makes, but there is approximately 2 or 2.1 acres of land that could be available beside it if that was the direction council wished to take.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Cosgrove. My other comment would be when you're on council, you get privy to things that the public wouldn't be privy to, and I think Mr. Osmond, you hinted at it. This council, one of the big roles that we'll need to do over the next 4 years is figure out what the plan is for Tony Rose, and I look forward to those discussions. But I just want to be clear to everybody as we're talking, like the way I sit here now, other than, electrical tape and a little bit of duct tape, I won't be voting to spend a lot of money on Tony Rose in its current format today. The building is antiquated. The building is just about done, and we need a new solution. And one of the things that we're going to have to do, and it'll probably be an election issue at this point, because we're not talking about a 4-year stretch here, where we're going to get to a build. But that'll be something that public consultation will be key on as we go forward. And to your point, Mr. Osmond, that's a big dollar project, and this town's not going to be able to take that on our own. We're going to need help from that from a financial perspective. So I just want to be clear, like Tony Rose is, it's almost over, guys. Like we're not going to fix it. We're not going to put money into it. It's going to have to go. And that's one person's opinion that's sitting up here, but I just want to be really clear. And when I knocked on doors and people asked me, it's exactly what I said. I mean, the pool is just about done. The building's just about done. So it's going to be a key thing for all of us to figure out as we go forward.
Did you want to comment on that at all, Mr. Cosgrove? Or? You're good? Okay, fair enough. Was there any additional questions for members of council? No. All good? Thank you very much, Mr. Cosgrove, for being here today. Mr. Osmond, do you want to take over again?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. I'll now call on Fire Chief Ron Morden to discuss fire services. And while he's getting seated, again, Ron's going to probably cover this, but I mean, I want to allude to it just for council's backdrop. We are now preparing for further meetings with our partners with fire service, respect to agreements that we supply fire service to our neighbors. And Ron will touch on that. But the reason I say that is because it's one of those collaborative things that I want to keep in our back of our minds, is that it's been a pretty good practice. It's been a best practice, if you would. Been a great relationship. Those are the kinds of things that I'm kind of alluding to as we go through these discussions. But I want to thank Ron, because Ron spends a lot of time at that and his team. And I'll turn it over to the chief.
Welcome, Chief Morden. You just turn on your mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first off, I'd like to congratulate everybody on your new positions on Orangeville Council, and I look very forward to working with you in the upcoming years. So just to tell you a little bit about Orangeville Fire. Orangeville Fire is well trained and equipped to understand a variety of challenges presented to our service. Training and certification validate our overall response capabilities. Our firefighters have become multifaceted in their daily functions, making Orangeville Fire more adaptable as a fire rescue service capable of responding to any emergency incident. So as you can see in front of you is our flow chart for our fire service. And at this time, we have 26 full-time positions, and we're working towards 32 volunteer positions. We're in the middle of a recruitment right now to fill some voids. So working within that division is myself overseeing the entire fire service, and my deputy fire chief, Mike Richardson. He oversees the suppression division as well as training, equipment, and things like that. Then we have our chief fire prevention officer, which is Dwight Van Alstein. He oversees our fire prevention and public education division. And we have our training officer, Colleen Adams, and she's responsible for putting together all our training documents and ensuring that our volunteers and our full-time staff are properly trained to the current standards that exist. And then working through there, we also have 4 full-time platoons, and in charge of each of those platoons is a full-time captain and 4 firefighters underneath them. And then within our volunteer forces, we either have captains or lieutenants looking after 4 squads of firefighters, consisting of 7 to 8 firefighters in each squad. Okay. So the fire service. All Ontario fire services work under the Fire Prevention and Protection Act. This sets out the legislative and regulatory framework for establishment of a fire protection in Ontario. Part 2 of this document outlines the responsibilities for protection services, and it states that every municipality shall establish a program in the municipality which must include public education with respect to fire safety and certain components of fire prevention, and provide such other fire protection services as it determines necessary. So as you can see up here, we work under the 3 lines of defense. And the center one here, you can see fire safety, standards, and enforcement, and it kind of coordinates along with the public education side. So we inspect various properties throughout the town of Orangeville, being multi-residence, group homes, commercial properties, industrial properties. We work in close proximity with the Orangeville Building Department as well, and we have a great relationship with them, and we work alongside with them quite a bit. On the education side, prior to COVID, I'm proud to say that we were in 100% of all of our schools in our response area, and we were teaching to children from kindergarten to grade 8. And there's 3 different levels that they proceed through over those years, going from your basic fire safety messages and introduction to firefighters and our equipment, and moving up to home escape plans. And then with the older children, we get into teenage children cooking in the home. So we have a lot of great programs and have had a lot of great success with our schools. Our inspections, we basically run on request and complaint a lot of the time. We do have certain buildings that we have to do on a regular basis, which is long-term cares and places like that. So we're quite busy doing that as well. Also within that division, they also conduct our fire investigations, and they are certified investigators. And most of the time we're able to conduct those investigations internally without bringing it open to the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. But a number of those also include working with other partners, such as the Fire Marshal's office. This past year, we've conducted over 16 fire investigations. Under the responses, our call volume dropped during the COVID period, and that was probably due to people being at home more often. They weren't on the roads, so we had less car accidents. They were aware of the emergencies maybe taking place in their home. And now that we're kind of growing back to some normality, our call volume is starting to go up again. And I would say in the last year, we were probably under the $1,000 or 1,000 calls that we responded to. And so far to date, we're up to 1,274 calls. Next. As Ray had mentioned, we work alongside of our municipal partners that we provide protection to, and that is the town of Mono, Amaranth, and East Garifraxa. And on the display up there, you can see that in, well, when we first made up this slide, we were at 1,117 calls, and it shows the percentage of calls that we respond to in those areas. In 2018-19, when we first put our last contract together, we negotiated a deal with our partners. And we looked at it a little bit different, and we looked at our total budget. And back then, the surrounding areas were responsible for approximately 22% of our call volume. And that's how we figured out how they would contribute towards our budget. They contributed 22% of our budgets moving forward. So as you can see, it was just a little under $4.5 million that we received over that 4-year period. And as Mr. Osmond had mentioned, we will be going in at the beginning of the year with some of our new council members of our surrounding areas and negotiating some new prices moving forward. And feedback that I get from these partners that they're very happy with our service that we deliver, and look forward to working with us in the future. So out of the response area that we have 37,500 residents throughout Orangeville, Mono, Amaranth, and East Garifraxa, which amounts to approximately 13,257 property owners. And we respond to a coverage of about 232 square kilometers. Okay. So on the slide ahead of you here is maybe our future focus and hurdles that we're going to see moving forward. Scheduling is one of them. We are a composite department where we have a portion of full-time firefighters, and then it's backed up with our volunteer force. Scheduling is difficult because a lot of our firefighters work outside of Orangeville, and they're coming from, they're working in Brampton, Toronto, Mississauga, wherever it may be. So it's more difficult with our staffing during the days because a lot of these firefighters are out of town. New building practices. Over the years, a lot of our homes are being put up a lot quicker and built with lightweight material, and they burn faster. And people in lightweight homes, lightweight built homes, have no more than 2 minutes to escape a fire after it's detected. So it doesn't provide much time to get out compared to our larger timber frame homes that we've seen in prior years, in the 80s and under, where you had upwards of 8 minutes to exit. So early detection and our fire prevention crews and our education really focuses on that message. Staying current. So new car technology. Everybody sees new cars coming out and all the safety devices are in it. Various type of fuel systems. And those are all concerns and new training that we have to keep up to date on a regular basis. Our jaws of life that we use for motor vehicle accidents have to be upgraded on a more continual basis because they're using higher quality, stronger materials. And we were lucky last year, we did replace our full set of rescue equipment and are to the current standards for that. Our NFPA standards, National Fire Protection, they set standards for fire services, and they're basically the best industry practices out there. And we follow that with our personal protective equipment, our turnout response vehicles, our staffing, and a number of different things. So that's what we fall back on, and we try to keep up to date on that as much as possible. The firefighter underwriter survey, I had requested them to come in 2018. It's a free service that they conduct. And they were here for just under 2 days, and they looked at each division of our fire service and the services we provide and the timely fashion that we look after them. The last time this was done was in the early 80s, so it had taken some time. And the Fire Underwriters Association sets the insurance rates for the province of Ontario. And I'm happy to say that we improved our services over the years by adding full-time firefighters, upgrading our fire apparatus, our response times, our public education, and our inspections, and we've increased those rates so that residents and commercial and industrial properties should see a decrease in their insurance rates. Government regulated certifications, industrial practices. Last year, the province of Ontario closed down the Ontario Fire College. And that was a great loss to Orangeville Fire, as well as most other smaller services in the province of Ontario. And with that has created a lot more cost to these services for the training. To send firefighters to a regional training school in Kingston, Grimsby, North Bay is just out of the question when you're dealing with volunteers who are doing this on their own time and only have so many weekends and holidays to take. Orangeville Fire is very fortunate to have some great firefighters who are certified in a lot of these areas. And I am proud to say that 100% of our firefighters are certified as Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 standards. All of our officers are certified officers, as well as our inspectors and our investigators. So we do a very good job in that area. Also under NFPA standards, there is standards for responses. And as you may know, that we changed over to a new dispatch service out of Tillsonburg over the last couple of years. And along with them and the responses of our firefighters, we're meeting the standards. 98% of the calls are answered within 15 seconds with our dispatchers. Within 60 seconds, our crews are dispatched. Our crews are responding on an average in 1.3 minutes. I do have a 2-minute shoot time, which is a lot less than a lot of places, and my crews go under that. And our response time to properties within the town of Orangeville on average is 4 minutes. So we're meeting a lot of our times under the NFPA standards. Some other challenges that fire services are facing, it's just not Orangeville, it's all of us across the province, is health and wellness of our firefighters. And through presumptive legislation, we are now recognized to be prone to 15 cancers. And that is quite a concern with some of the new builds that are coming, and the materials that they're using are becoming more and more hazardous. We have very good PPE for the protection of our firefighters, but it's some different things that we do that we just can't avoid some of those areas. The number one cause of death in firefighters is cancer. The number two is firefighter suicide. And number three is heart attack and overexertion. And along with that, it all encompasses PTSD. Our firefighters are faced more and more with severe calls. They work in their own community. They're dealing with their own neighbors and family members. And with new car technology, cars are a lot faster on the road and get in more severe car accidents, and we're on scene a lot longer trying to extricate some of these people. And when you're dealing with a number of individuals of different walks of life, it impacts them all greatly. We work a lot with health and wellness. We have a great gym that I encourage people to go into and work out. We talk about our eating habits. We bring in our families, our spouses and other family members to talk about what the firefighter may be experiencing or what you may be experiencing at home. So we work really hard towards that. Recruitment and retention. We've talked about this, many departments, about recruitment and how difficult it's become. We have just held a recruitment drive for volunteer firefighters. I've been doing this for over 40 years now, and this turnout was the least I've ever seen. We had approximately 40 individuals come out, where on average we used to see about 100. It's no different than most of your service clubs or part-time jobs that people are trying to fill. People aren't interested in the extra work. So we're finding it difficult to fill those positions. I'm hoping with the 40 that came out and the testing processes and interviews that we will be able to fill all our vacancies. Communications. We are improving our communications within our community. I know that was a question yesterday afternoon, I believe, in regards to updating of emergencies within the municipality. And I give kudos to our communications department for jumping in with both feet right off the hop. And communications in the fire service has improved dramatically. And I look forward to working with them in the future on getting some of that information out to you whenever incidents do arise. We're also working with our Dufferin County Fire Departments, putting out radio messages. And right now, 3 times a day, every other day, there is messages on a local radio station, and for the entire year. And so we're spreading the message out throughout the county within the cooperation of the Dufferin County Fire Chiefs. I'm also, through Mallory, I have a monthly article in the Orangeville Banner spreading different things about fire safety and other messages. And we're also including improving our social media platform. So that kind of ends my presentation. So I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief Morton. Thank you for your presentation, but also for what you and your team do to keep our community safe every day.
Thank you very much.
Councillor McIntosh has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that presentation, Chief Morton. My question is just in regards to the upcoming contracts with the municipalities. I know we've gone back and forth over the last 30, 35 years with either billing for calls or billing a flat rate. Are they giving you any indication what they're looking for this time?
Chief Morton?
No, we have not had any discussions on which way they would like to see it. And in the coming weeks, I'll be meeting with our CAO, acting CAO, and our treasurer to come up with the formula that we would like to move forward with. And then when we present that, we're open to any suggestions that they may have going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews? Oh, Councillor Sherwood, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Chief Morton. Thank you very much for that. One of the things that you mentioned a couple of times early in your presentation was recruiting volunteers. One of the things that's discussed many times out in the community is the loss of some volunteers due to the vaccine mandate a policy that we have. I don't want to get into the legal part of it or the HR part of that, but I'm wondering if you could reiterate to the community that we are not in jeopardy at all of any change of service due to the loss of those few volunteers. You still have a full complement of your full-time firefighters that are there, and we know that we're covered. But if you could just put some rest to some of the scuttlebutt that due to those recent losses, there is no change in service.
Chief Morton?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Sherwood. No, there has been no decrease in the level of service as a loss of those firefighters. We regularly go through this on an annual basis. We have different firefighters that move outside of town. We have different firefighters that receive full-time employment elsewhere and no longer wish to volunteer. So this is a regular thing that we go through. We never can predict who we're going to lose throughout the year. It's kind of staged, and that's how we work our recruitment program. When we reach a certain level of people that we're out, then we'll hold a recruitment drive. But as stated earlier in the year, we were asked by a newspaper about this, and no, there was no decrease in the level of service or turnout, and we're meeting our response times as required by the NFPA standards.
Thank you, Chief Morton. Councillor Andrews?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And through you to Chief Morton, I am heavily indebted to you and others on your team for your support in a personal house fire a few years ago. And again, I thank you and everything that your team does. Two quick questions. You did mention calls to service at this point, 1,274, if I'm not mistaken. How many of those would be false alarms? And are you seeing a trend in increased false alarms, or have you seen status quo at this point?
Through your worship to Councillor Andrews, I'd say it's pretty well on even keel for our false alarms. That's in thanks to our fire prevention division, because whenever we go out to any one of these calls and we find out that there's an issue, it's transferred over to them and they deal with it very quickly and make sure that we don't see a reoccurring problem. I think it's fairly stable that way.
That's great news. Education is very important. I was very pleased to hear also about the connection to the elementary schools and, of course, the different scales of learning. And the other question is status on the fire truck, the fire pumper truck, if I'm not mistaken. I know that the previous term of council, if I'm not mistaken, we did approve. And so what's the status on that?
Through your worship to Councillor Andrews, we did take delivery of our new pumper rescue in May. And we were actually asked to feature that at the Ontario Fire Chiefs conference. It was right around the same time at that delivery because of its build and the style of it was. And it was well received at that conference and received a lot of great compliments. A few short weeks later, it was equipped and put into service. And that is our primary truck for our full-time firefighters. So it runs 1,200 plus calls per year, and it gets well used. It's a large truck, so it's a pumper rescue, so it just doesn't pump water. We also have our auto extrication equipment on it, our water rescue equipment. So that crew of 4 to 5 firefighters that respond on that apparatus can run a majority of calls within the town without paging out our volunteer firefighters.
Thank you very much for that response. And I know that Mr. Osmond has spoken about the possibility of some tours. I know that some of us on council had the luxury of having a tour of the fire services and other departments. And just for the sake of checking out the new equipment, that would be really cool.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good to see you, Chief Morden. Thank you for being here today. Two questions, and they're older, but one is, has there ever been a post-game done on the decision of council about 5 or 6 years ago to have full-time extended and run your organization over a 24-hour period? And if there hasn't, would it be possible or make sense to see one and just review and know what the impact of that decision was, A, from a cost perspective, and B, from a, service call success measure piece, whatever the metrics are that you're using?
Chief Morden.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Taylor, we have not provided a report on that. By all means, we can put such a document together for you and outline what has taken place over since 2018 when those 10 firefighters were added on.
Very good. I certainly am not in a position to provide direction, but through you, Mr. Osmond, I think it would be interesting to know that was a significant investment that was made at the time, and it'd be great to understand that. And then my second question is same lines, very controversial. I've always been amazed at the sensitive receptor discussion. I have no interest in sitting here myself and reopening the sensitive receptor discussion. I sat out there with Mayor Post and watched most of it. Very emotional and lots of things. I'd be curious to have a similar thing. Is there a post game on how that has gone? And is there recommendations now that we've been into it for 5 or 6 years of a tweak or something that we might need to do a little bit differently? And just a little bit more for you, I do hear things on that sensitive receptor, and you and I have had discussions as we go, and it peaks obviously in the warmer months. But as I sit here, I always think, it's just not quite amazing, if I could be so bold. And I'm sure there must be something that we could do. And I think we'd benefit from going back and looking what the initial intent was and where we are today. And is there some minor tweaking we should do?
Chief Morden.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Taylor. Of course, I think it could be retweaked in a lot of areas. A lot has changed over the years. The reason behind the sensitive receptor, and this is for in-town burning with a permit, was to protect those most vulnerable with different, we'll say, breathing diseases and things like that. So a lot of the sensitive receptor areas were based around the hospital, nursing homes, senior centers, and places like that. But then it was opened up to voluntary sensitive receptors. So a neighbor that would maybe be experiencing those same issues of health reasons, or grandchildren, or anybody else that may come to visit, could file a sensitive receptor application, and that would void other neighbors within a certain area of obtaining a permit. And that causes the problem there. We are not there to determine the illnesses or what they're claiming that they have. We don't want to go into receiving doctor's notes and different things like that. So it has become quite an issue with that. During 2020 and 21, our fire permits rose quite a bit because people were at home and they were applying for permits on a more regular basis, and that spurred on some complaints by those who could not obtain the permit. So I am open to that. I believe that was to be done in the next year or two anyways, but it definitely could use some retweaking.
Absolutely, Chief Morden. We've learned along the way that it's been used as a weapon now in neighborhood disputes and all sorts of stuff. So it's not accomplishing the intent behind why it was implemented. Did you have additional questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to Mr. Osmond, if I could formally request that we do that, then I think it would make a lot of sense. And again, I don't want to rewrite history. I just want to look and see if there's a few things that maybe we should address. And I think that'd be a benefit to all of us.
Mr. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Taylor. I'm noting these matters, and they're being tracked, of course, in the meeting. But there's quite a few of these, and you're absolutely correct. We've had the discussion around this, reviewing some of these, policies. That one in particular came up, I think it was last year. We went through that, and again, it came up about the idea of a particular property couldn't get a permit, and this whole sensor, receptor area came up for discussion. It is on our table. We do definitely need to do the analysis. Likewise, the analysis on trend costing of of our contracts and those kind of things. And we did a formula a few years ago with a previous treasurer, and it was an excellent formula. And but again, is the formula still relevant? Is it something that we need to tweak? And that's on our table for discussion before we go back to our neighbors sometime in late January, early February.
Osmond, was there additional questions from members council? Councillor Prendergast?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Chief Morden. As someone who has witnessed all of the school fire safety prevention courses, thank you very much. They're very effective, and the children love the free spatulas at the end, might I add. They become weaponized a little bit, but they love them. I had a question, actually just a comment. I was surprised to hear that you have about 2 minutes to evacuate a new build. And then that led me to thinking maybe we could have a targeted communications to new build subdivisions, just making them aware of those facts. And I had a question. Has the town ever explored giving away smoke detectors in targeted neighborhoods where socioeconomically it might be difficult for those to access smoke detectors? And then thirdly, are the nature of the calls more primarily fire related or vehicular? Or is there a breakdown of that? Thank you.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Pendergast. As far as the smoke alarm, we do have smoke alarm programs. We have been the recipient through OnBridge of receiving hundreds of multi-smoke and CO alarms in the past. And that's been an ongoing thing. Probably every other year we will receive 1,000, 1,500 of them to distribute throughout the community. And I've provided a number to the Orangeville Food Bank, Dufferin Family Child Services, the Orangeville Legion, and other places. And then they're also stocked in our fire apparatus. So if we do find a location that is without, we will provide one when necessary. So we have provided thousands over the years to residents. Your second question was, I'm sorry?
Okay. Through you, Mayor. Was the nature of calls, is it primarily motor vehicle accidents or is it mostly fire calls?
Through Your Worship. I don't have all of my statistics here in front of me right now. Fire is actually one of the less types of responses that most Ontario Fire Services, they don't respond to as much anymore. However, this year we have seen a big uptick in our structure fires. And I've talked to some of our area fire chiefs as well, and they've seen the same uptick. So I'm not sure of what the true cause is and why it's spread over quite a range. But we do respond to a lot of motor vehicle accidents in the rural areas and then on our highways. And we have a lot of we respond to medical responses as well. And we assist the paramedics when needed. We don't respond to all calls. They're all code 4 life-threatening calls or motor vehicle accidents. We respond to other calls that involve water rescues, down hydro lines, car fires, dumpster fires, hazardous material calls. So there's quite a range, and I hope to provide an annual report to you of the last couple of years of what our statistics look like.
Did that answer your questions, Councillor Prendergast?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much, Chief Morton.
Councillor Sherwood, followed by Councillor Stevens, and then Councillor McIntosh.
Through you, Mayor Post, to Mr. Warden, Morton. You got a new position today. I'm just going to circle back to the people that have registered with some kind of medical reason, you know, why they so that it excludes people being able to apply for permits. Is there any type of annual refreshing of that application or a staff following up? Because people do move or pass away, and I just wondered, like someone makes an application, you say, oh no, you have somebody here with a sensitivity, but that person may no longer live there. So is there a continual review of that?
Chief Morton?
Through your worship to Councillor Sherwood. Yes, the sensitive receptors must apply on an annual basis. And we ask them if they are going to change residencies to notify us if possible. We don't always get notified, but sometimes we are alerted by other neighbors that maybe that individual no longer lives there, and then we can work with them to change that. But it is done on an annual basis, and the ones from last year get put away, and we await for them to reattend in the new year.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Sherwood?
Yes, if you don't mind. So just to clarify, if they don't reapply, then they're taken off that list.
Chief Morton?
That is correct.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Through your worship. Welcome and great report. First off, Councillor Andrews, I actually had the privilege of being invited to a walkthrough with Mr. Morton last week, I think it was, and it was great. We were there while I was there for a couple hours and got to see firsthand. Couple questions. One, I think you already, we would like a report, and I think you said that you will give us one in due time. Correct?
Chief Morton?
Through your worship, if you could just clarify which report. I think we mentioned a couple of reports, but
sorry, just the annual report, like number of calls and for service, and I'd like to, and types of calls. Yes, thank you.
Through your worship, that is part of my presentation to the Fire Advisory Committee as part of our reports, and that can be forwarded over to you right during that time. And I believe that those meetings are open to anybody that would like to attend as well.
Thank you. Looking down the road, I know it's budget time. Are you going to be seeking other vehicles, other equipment over the next 4 years? And if so, what kind of prices would they come in with?
They're not cheap. Chief Morton?
Through your worship to Councillor Stevens. Hot seat. As Mr. Cosgrove just mentioned a little while ago, the supply and demand and the cost of materials have changed drastically over the last year or two. The last fire truck that we just purchased, the Pumper Rescue, I believe that was in just under the $900,000 mark. I was speaking to the salesman a few months later, and he said if you were to purchase that same truck today, it would be $1.2 million. As well with that, 3-year build time. So kind of what I mentioned before with the fire underwriters survey is that we can have fire apparatus for certain time periods. And a first, an upfront fire apparatus that responds initially should not exceed 15 years of age. And other apparatus thereafter should be approximately 20. So we do have a 20-year replacement program for all of our apparatus. It's shifted. And the next apparatus that's coming forward is our Ladder 15. And that is a significant cost vehicle, which would take over 3 years. It was anticipated to be purchased and delivered within the same year of 2025. I don't think that will be achievable. We may have to look at that sooner than later. That is one of the issues that we're faced. So that is the main apparatus that we're looking to replace. We also have a Pumper 19, which is our mini pumper. It is a 20-year-old vehicle that we actually purchased from Halton Fire Department a number of years ago. And it's reached its life expectancy, and replacement parts for the pump are no longer available. We are looking to scale that down to purchasing just a 1-ton pickup truck with a slide-in unit that goes in the rear at more than half the cost of a regular truck. So that's for this upcoming year as well.
Does that cover your questions, Councillor Stevens?
Just one more.
Sure.
Is there anything that we can offer, like if there are any opportunities that we can offer or community-based for fire prevention, like outside of what you normally do now?
Chief Morton?
There is always, I'm sorry, through your worship to Councillor Stevens, there's a lot of opportunities out there for us. We do meet with senior groups, other parent teacher groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. We attend at the Orangeville Fair, and we provide various services out there. We're out in the community quite a bit, and our volunteers usually join on with some of those. Family Day at Sobeys. So there's a lot of areas that we do over and above what we do in the schools, but there's always more that we can do. And with working with our communications division, we're hoping to branch that out through social media and providing other resources to them.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Stevens, just one additional note is in the design of the new fire hall, there's a community room as well, which will give some more opportunity for community groups to be able to come in and take part in educational components as well. Our fire department does an excellent job connecting with various parts of the community. So,
thank you very much.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on Councillor Sherwood's question to you. How many volunteer firefighters did we lose because of the town's vaccine policy?
Chief Morton?
Through the town's, through your worship to Councillor McIntosh, through the town's vaccination policy, 4 volunteer firefighters were let go.
4, thank you. Just to follow up, if the council was to reverse that policy in the future, and you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, would it be, and how disruptive would it be to your current volunteer contingent if they were to return unvaccinated?
Chief Morton, a bit of a loaded question.
Very.
Through your worship, we had a number of very passionate firefighters when it came into the pandemic. They were responding to multiple residences with COVID symptoms. And in turn, we were also responding into a lot of long-term care facilities to assist patients there as well. It was unfortunate that they had to be let go, but that was the policy that was set forth, and that's what we went by, and we learned to live with it.
Thank you, Chief Morton. Do you have a follow-up to that?
Just a part of my question, if they were to return, would it be disruptive to your service? Your volunteer service? Through
your worship to Councillor McIntosh. I can't speak for everybody on that. Everybody has their own personal beliefs and standing on that. So whether it be disruptive for others, we work with a large, diverse group of people from all aspects of life, and we have a very close-knit crew that can work with anybody.
Thank you, Chief Morton. Was there additional questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Prendergast?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Chief Morton, I just had another question about, in the light of the difficulty finding housing and affordable housing, have you noticed through the fire department an increase in illegal rental units or rental units causing fire hazards in any regard?
Chief Morton?
Through your worship to Councillor Prendergast. I would have to consult with our fire prevention division on some of those statistics. We work very closely with the town's staff and building department. So if there's anything that's new in the books for building permits or as far as taxation goes, we're usually up to par on that. And then we also respond to, as I said, complaint and request basis. So it may be a request from an insurance company to go into a facility or to a building as well. So we do have quite a list of apartments in houses that are legal. And we can only go into those that we find out as we move along through our day. But we follow up on all of those issues.
You didn't know the hot seat was going to be so hot, did you? Was there any additional questions for members of council? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your time, Chief Morton. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chief Morton. All great questions. I'll now introduce Sharon Doherty. She's going to come up and give us a good overview of recreation events. And I just make a quick addition to Chief Morton's comments and the question you asked on the fire prevention, education, those kinds of things. And I'm sure Sharon will allude to it in her presentation. But we did launch a what I call neighborhood box, but a neighborhood vehicle, a trailer that came from one of our pieces of property assets we picked up from the OPS. And that trailer has got converted into a community trailer, essentially a neighborhood trailer, and fire services and prevention has also been involved in using that vehicle, if you would, to distribute and speak to the neighborhoods and so on and so forth about fire prevention. So it's been a great asset. So I'll now turn it over to Sharon. Thank you.
Doherty, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Post. First, I'd like to congratulate all of council on your newly elected positions, and I look forward to working with you all. I think I've worked with most of you in some capacity, and I look forward to working with Councillor Prendergast as well and getting to know her a little bit more. I did introduce myself at a couple of events to Councillor Prendergast lately, and I said, we are the fun division. And you all know it. Could I have the first slide, Andrew? So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about who Recreation and Events is. We are definitely a team of enthusiastic staff that deliver recreation programs and events to the community. Our full-time team complement is 8 full-time staff, including myself and 3 supervisors overseeing areas of aquatics, programs and events, and our newest unit of business and client services, which is being overseen by our new supervisor, Crystal Ransom. That division, or that subdivision as I like to call it, entails customer service, registration, revenue management, and facility permitting. As you can see, it looks a little busy when you first look at our chart, our organizational chart, and that's partially because we have currently close to 80 part-time staff. And I'm very pleased to say that we have close to 80 part-time staff. Coming out of the pandemic was a little bit crazy and trying to deliver service to the public once again. The majority of our part-time staff are young adults. And when you think about the service that they deliver to the public, that's pretty amazing. The majority of them are under 20 years of age. their students. But we do have a blend, and we do have a mix of adults who are definitely committed to the town. And a lot of those adults that you see, primarily in our customer service division, as well as in our aquatics team, have served the town for 20 plus years in a part-time capacity. And that's pretty amazing. It shows me that they're so committed to what they do, and they're very pleasant to deal with as well. So what do these part-time staff do? They absolutely are essential in delivering our programs. They teach children how to swim, how to skate. They do art classes, summer camp, cooking classes, sports programs, public skating, babysitter training, first aid, aquatic leadership instruction. They march in the Santa Claus Parade. They assist at special events like Canada Day and Family Day and Breakfast with Santa and many more. They also provide that frontline customer service at our 2 recreation centers. If I can get the next slide, Andrea. So what have we been up to, and what do we do in recreation events? Our main areas are aquatics, recreation programs, health and lifestyle programs, events, and our facility permits and rentals. 2022 certainly has been a rebuilding year after 2 very difficult years of trying to offer recreation programs amidst COVID closures and restrictions. But like the phoenix out of the fire, we survive. Here are some of the accomplishments and stats that bring us out of 2022. As Mr. Osmond alluded to, the neighborhood block box. This is something that we've been working on for a little while, and I was so excited that we were able to get this launched. It was definitely a work of many staff, including our parks crews, our facilities crews, and our recreation crew to get this launched, along with our library team. So what is the Block Box, you may be wondering? It's a community program trailer, and this summer it visited key parks across the community throughout the months of July and August. Those parks included Alder Parklands, Rebecca Hills, Parkinson Park, and Every Kids Park. And why did we choose those parks? They certainly were targeted, and that information came out of our Recreation and Parks Master Plan. We had over 1,200 respondents in our Recreation and Parks Master Plan public survey, and we definitely heard loud and clear that there are definitely some pockets in the community that are, I won't say underserved, but are maybe a little bit isolated. Parkinson Park area is certainly one of those, and the Rebecca Hills Park as well. And those communities were thrilled to see us out in the community. And I can tell you, they came. We had over 2,000 visits to the Block Box in July and August alone. So that tells us something. That's the no-cost programming. We worked in partnership with our library team. The Block Box offered games, crafts, story times, mini movie nights, and provided a safe and interactive place for kids and families to hang out directly in their own neighborhood. They didn't even have to travel to their local recreation center. Our neighborhood program leaders, under the direction of Nicole Desaulnier, our recreation programmer, and Allison Dukovsky, our recreation supervisor, brought this new initiative to reality. And those youngsters that were working out at our Block Box, the times that I went out and saw, it was exactly what we wanted to see. They knew their names, they knew the families' names, they knew the parents. We had a little technical difficulty one night. Parents were saying, oh, I'll go home and get our speakers and bring them so that we can watch the movie. It was just true community at its best. The Block Box is also loaned for community events, and these have included the Rotary Rib Fest, the Santa Claus Parade last weekend, and the upcoming Optimist Christmas in the Park. So what else are we doing? Well, we certainly continue to rebuild our programs, and in 2022, I'll just give you a few stats that we've seen. In 2022, we've had over 2,800 swimming lesson registrations, and that's pretty amazing because we only have 20 Rose Pool operating at this time, and we also lost the month of January back at the early onset of 2022. So that's pretty amazing. We had 1,100 summer camp registrations, 878 skating lesson registrations, 4,300 permitted hours for sports fields, 4,700 permitted hours for ice, and 1,200 permitted hours at 20 Rose just for swimming, beyond what we do for direct swimming lessons. We're definitely starting to see pre-COVID numbers for registration, and that an example of that is our summer camp program. So again, we had over 1,100 or close to 1,100 registrations for our summer camp this year, and that was at about a 90% fill rate. So out of all the spots we had available, we filled 90% of those spots. With the continued rebuilding of Alder Pool, we are in the midst of planning for the reopening and relaunching of a greater number of swimming lessons and other aquatic programs. And we anticipate that throughout 2023, depending on the timing of when we get that pool up and running, we will probably be over 5,000 swimming lessons being able to be offered in 2023. 2023, we will continue to rebuild our programs. We are already seeing an increase in our low-cost recreation offerings for our drop-in programs, including public skating, our hockey skills, our basketball and court rentals in the Saputo Center, which is basketball and pickleball. Councillor McIntosh was asking earlier how he could book a court and come out and play. And similar to Chief Morden, we've been doing radio commercials as well, and that's our latest radio commercial has been promoting our recreation drop-in programs and trying to get people out using our facilities and engaging. Our Recreational Parks Master Plan continues to guide our program planning with the introduction of programs, again, that we were maybe missing the gap on before, but definitely were recommended in the master plan. That includes parent-taught classes. We just are moving into a partnership with a local company to offer parent-taught yoga. And it's interesting, when we launched that registration on Wednesday, we have 2 age groups for that. We made sure we could maximize our program offering at the outset, and we filled that program, the two classes actually, within probably a couple of hours. So it definitely shows us that people are wanting and needing of those services. Again, the block box and registration numbers are proving that those registration numbers are showing us that people are wanting to engage. Recreation programs for many, as I mentioned, the new yoga class is filling up in minutes, and we continue to plan for more capacity in our programs. We can't always offer and deliver more programs, but we can offer more capacity in the programs that we are currently offering. We're focusing on increasing opportunities for our active agers and seniors, and we have our upcoming Seniors Holiday Luncheon, which is sure to be a blast. I think Councillor Andrews is going to join us maybe as a special guest at that luncheon. And we are also working with our colleagues at the library to plan for further opportunities for senior social programming in the new year. And we've got some things in the plan, and we're looking to reach out to our partners at Be Social and having a coffee program essentially at Alder in conjunction with the library. We continue to look at improved business processes, and I've heard the theme about communication to the public, and that's certainly something that we are continuing to do. The pandemic certainly saw the lack of or change in direction in most municipal recreation information delivery. Most municipalities would produce a very thick guide of services and program offerings, and we've seen that kind of go by the wayside, not for lack of trying to offer programs, but for the timeliness of offering programs, because we've had to offer programs on a smaller basis or at different registration times, and we didn't have those centralized registration times. As we could run a program, we were back at it and using our communications team to deliver that message as strong as we could. Those improved business processes are also being implemented for facility permits and special event permits and planning. Mr. Cosgrove alluded to a new parks and special events bylaw, and a lot of the new processes will be stemming from that bylaw. Continued growth in event management from one-time events such as the Walk Off the Earth concert, which, yes, was just a week before my wedding, and it was a lot of fun, but we survived. And Orangeville was selected as the first Music Town 2022. And of course, our recent Santa Claus Parade in a planning partnership with the BIA. And again, I'd like to thank the Kin Club for their continued years of service. And the Kin Club was certainly at the table with us this past Santa Claus Parade. They were in the background. There were still members out there with boots on the ground helping us. And I can't thank them enough for what they've done for the community for all those years. 2023 will also see continued recruitment for part-time staff, especially in aquatics, to meet the demands of opening of reopening of Alder Pool. I do also have to thank Stephanie Laup, who is our recreation supervisor, who had the foresight throughout the pandemic to be able to continue to offer our aquatic leadership programs. She was able to connect with the Life Saving Society, and through the health and safety measures under the Life Saving Society and under the pandemic, we still were able to offer our aquatic leadership programs. If we had not done that, I can guarantee you we would not have been able to reopen Tony Rose Pool. So she was very vital in being able to have that foresight and have that vision to be able to do that. We've also been working on the recreation side with human resources, and we try things a little bit differently rather than do a traditional hiring where you come in for an interview. We did a little job fair back in the fall where we bring our young adults in that are interested in working in recreation all at one time. And we were able to hire 12 new recreation program leaders, which was an amazing number because we probably haven't been able to do that in a few years. And I see them every weeknight. They're coming in at 3:30. They're proud to be an employee of the town of Orangeville, and they're doing a fantastic job. This has been a year of relaunching and recalibrating recreation programs and services. With continued unprecedented times, resilient is certainly the word to describe yet again our staff, our participants, and our community user groups. Over the past year, the recreation events team has took stock of programs and services and planned new approaches to delivery at all levels with a focus on a healthy and active community. In the last few months, we have certainly seen a little bit more of normalcy, and we continue to ensure the delivery of safe, inclusive, welcoming programs and facilities. 2023 will be here before we know it, and we will be ready and waiting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doherty. You are definitely the fun department, and thank you for your leadership in that area. Is there questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Just one. Thank you very much. So the lifeguard piece is so interesting to me, right? The journey for a young person to become a lifeguard or become a teacher is a long one. There's an investment of time and money and energy to be certified. So you're not, and no disrespect, you're not working at Dairy Queen flipping burgers or what have you. You've got a skill set. So I'm setting this up for personal experiences as you don't get paid for that in Orangeville. So my feeling is that we're short because why would I do all that time and effort and you not compensate me for that? So I guess my question is do you agree with that? And what are we doing about that to help with recruitment?
Doherty?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Post, for you to Deputy Mayor Taylor. Absolutely, it is a challenge. This is definitely a national and international crisis that we've been seeing probably for the last 5 to 10 years. Here in Orangeville, we do take several approaches, and one of the approaches that we've been working on is building our volunteer base. Again, kudos to Stephanie Laupe, our recreation supervisor, for developing a recreation volunteer model in aquatics so that we can bring our volunteers in at the age of 14. Typically, we know that a youngster that once they do get their qualifications and we can hire them at 16 and be on the pool deck, they've already done 2 to 3 years to get to that stage. We typically only see them for about 2 years before they go on to post-secondary education or maybe move on from the organization. We are continuing to work with our human resources team to look at strategies of how we can improve the time and the costs for those individuals. Currently, we offer our recertifications to our staff at no cost. They just have to pay for the course materials, but the course conduction portion is covered by the town. And we do have a variety of other incentives, staff uniforms, paid training. So prior to your training, before you become an employee is you're paying, we're not paying you. But we do have paid training once you get to the town, and then those courses in-house free of charge. So we're definitely trying to get some incentives in there. A few years ago when the minimum wage changed, that was a big detriment to aquatics in particular, because there typically was a gap between the minimum wage at $12 or $13 an hour most municipalities and those offering aquatic positions were at the $14 or $15 range. Once it became $14 to $15, it took some time to catch up. The town does pay above minimum wage, so that is something else that is attractive. And we certainly are with you in terms of trying to find out what is the best way to get these youngsters in. We also find that youngsters that are going through the aquatic process to become an instructor and or lifeguard, they usually are a little bit of the cream of the crop kids. They're the kids that excel academically, that excel athletically as well, and certainly want to put more into their part-time job rather than just flipping burgers. And that's very pleasing to see because it's a pleasure to work with the young adults that we do have.
Does that answer your question, Deputy Mayor? We're good?
Maybe. I guess I'd just like to say, I think you still have a problem. So, personal experience was it made no sense. So my little friend graduated, got in, worked for Orangeville, and it's like you can make more money elsewhere and yet you're certified. So I think there's a gap there, and I'm not sure it's been resolved, and I don't know what the incentive would be for a younger person to want to do that.
Deputy Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sharon. Good points, all good points. But a couple of things we're tracking in this area as well, and Sharon's absolutely correct. There's a trend in this country. The trend is that first off is trying to find young and adults, by the way, not just young people, 15, 16, 17 years of age coming into our environment. But you're absolutely correct. We just completed in 2022 a market review, and the market review said we were competitive at this level. But quite frankly, market review is from my perspective, is an evolving piece of work. And I don't disagree with what you're saying, Deputy Mayor Taylor. We got to find a little different way and be a bit more creative in how we deal with some of these things. Sharon alluded to some of them, the way she tries to recruit through the volunteer process, then get them in our system, help train them, pay for that training, and so on and so forth. But I think the issue of paying people in the part-time world, not just in the aquatics world, in the part-time world is something where we need to take a broader look at. And that's something that's going to be on our plate in 2023. We need to be more creative and we need to be attractive. And you'll hear us speak again in the budget process about that whole recruitment retention piece. Quite frankly, retention is difficult. It's not just about retaining by using wages. There's other ways of retaining people, making this place a very attractive place to work and to go through the system. We do have, instructor guards, and they get paid a little higher. We do have instructors that are specialized instructors that are doing other things on the deck, like supervising on the deck and that kind of thing. So it is an area, and I do agree with you, it's an area that we definitely need to take a look at, not just in the aquatics world. The market we're in recreation across this country and certainly in North America, you can go to any workshop you want and conference you want, and they'll tell you all the same thing. They're all struggling with it, and we need to deal with it. And it's got to be on our table, and it won't be us taking the message here now, like I just did. It needs really a close look at, and we will be definitely doing that. And it's on our list here. Recreation in particular, when you come into the budget process, we'll talk about some of that stuff, but it's really a concern. And trying to attract people to Orangeville, location. Sharon, again, is absolutely correct. A lot of our young people leave to go to university and those kinds of things. There are a market that we get people from. But we also have people that are adults that, quite frankly, would probably work in this field if we were a little bit more attractive, not just on the wages side, but maybe on the benefit side. Is there a small benefit that we can provide over and above? So it's not just about the wage, but other little things you might possibly be able to do. So it's about creativity, and I think we're going to have to do that in order to satisfy the sustainability of your workforce. It's just another area. And I'll leave it there, but it's something you keep in your mind because we're going to be dealing with that in the budget process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually echo Deputy Taylor's thoughts and suggestions there because I think we are going to be finding ourselves in a situation in the future. Other than that, I've worked with Ms. Doherty almost day to day. I appreciate everything you do and your team, You guys do an amazing job, and I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Was there any additional questions of council? Yeah, Councillor Andrews?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Doherty. Again, thank you for all that you do and your team does. Congratulations on the success of the block box. I think it's a brilliant idea. As was highlighted in one of your comments, of course, we have a variety of members of our community who use it, but from my observation, it's predominantly a younger clientele. Has there been any thought about utilizing some of the block box availability to also conduct some senior programming for those that may not be able to access our recreation facilities?
Ms. Doherty?
Through your Mayor Post to Councillor Andrews. Absolutely. 2022 was our first launch at this, and certainly our colleagues in the library have been amazing partners at the table. One of the things we have been looking at is bringing fitness on the road and trying to get some healthy lifestyle programs out into those key neighborhoods that we have identified with the block box. Unfortunately, again, going back to capacity, trying to find those instructors and trying to get them their availability is something that we struggled with. Where we are trying to look also at intergenerational programming, and it might be something that grandparents are bringing their children to the park. I was amazed at how many people came out to paint rocks. Yeah, the first launch of painting rocks at the block box was at Alder, and we had 30 people show up. We were expecting maybe 5 or 10. 30 people showed up. We ran out of rocks. We had to find more. The next day, they came back and said, we want to paint more rocks. And so our staff, pivoted on the fly and found more rocks. But absolutely, seniors programming is on the radar, and we're looking for those social interactions. One of the things I alluded to was some programming this winter. Again, providing a warm, friendly atmosphere for older adults to come in and engage. There's already lots going on at the Recreation Center. It might be visiting the library at Alder. It might be going to a fitness class. It might be using the walking track, and then coming down and having an opportunity to socialize over a coffee. But we can do that inside and outside.
Thankfully, supply chain constraints haven't affected rock inventory. Is there any additional questions from members of council for Ms. Doherty? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Ms. Doherty. Today,
Thank you.
not tonight. I will turn it back over to Mr. Osmond as we've come to the end of the day to do any final comments.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the Community Services team. It's been a long day, long 3 days, and to the other teams that were in over the last couple of days, great job done. I think that council got a really good idea of what's going on behind the scenes from an operational perspective. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things that are evolving. We're into a situation where administration, the organization administratively got a lot of things happening, both the capital side and the operational side. But you also noted that there's a lot of, need, if you would, for direction and involvement by council to, be able to inject in a timely fashion to give us the support that we will need to grow the organization in this town. And let's not forget that this is all about the, the town of Orangeville. And you all, just finished campaigns, and you've learned a lot firsthand. And that information is quite valuable to us in terms of how we respond. And I think that this is really good timing because in terms of training, get the training piece out of the way, and you get to see all the organizational pieces. You get to see things we had success with and things we're planning to go forward with. And then the next step is going to be, we're going to talk budget. And everything always impacts through budget. And it's not always going to be, yes, yes, yes. But I think that, you got a better view from behind the scenes what really is going on. Some really good points that we've noted. And I know Mallory is here, and I really appreciate that she is here because there's this thread that really, really, really comes across important is that communication, both internal and external, as I said before. It's something that we're going to spend a lot of time at. And, from a political perspective, putting on your hat and going out in the community, I got to tell you, we need your satchel full because you're the ambassadors. I said this when we started. This guy in particular is the guy in the shadows, and the team that work behind us to support that is extremely important. But you're the front-facing people. We're not getting we get calls, absolutely. We get emails, yes, but you get them a little differently. And you're right, Deputy Mayor Taylor. We're not out in the the social world dealing with your people weekends, evenings, whatever you might do, or even going to Sobeys, to get groceries. Been there, even from a staff perspective, and you get approached because everybody knows you. You're front facing. You're the face. You went through a campaign. Everybody, well, your face has been shown a lot. Big sign. But at the end of the day, we're not going to forget you, right? It is pretty critical for us. I mean, and Mallory and I have had discussions about it, is that we really want to feed you guys the information you need to, answer those questions, deal with things that come to you every day or whatever you're out in the community. And we are working on that. But we will be discussing directly with you how we can better serve you in terms of that particular regard. But I just touched quickly on the strat plan. The strat plan will be your work plan. The priorities that you set coming out of that strat plan is yours to call. The goals you want to set in 23, 24, 25, whatever the case may be, is yours to call. And we will deliver on it. From an administrative perspective, you've seen, the excellent team that we have here today and the ones we were here the last 2 days, corporate services and infrastructure services. You see the quality you have. Quite frankly, I mean, they're world class. These are guys that work every day and girls that work every day to deliver quality service. And they're very committed. And I've done in the last few weeks and months, going beyond community services and going into the other parts of the organization, everybody to a person are there and really eager. Like Sharon says, they're really eager and enthusiastic about getting it done and getting it done well. And I think that the collaboration between the administrative side and the council side is pretty important. So I just want to finish off with thanking you for taking all the time you've taken over the last 3 days to be able to sit and listen and have interaction. I think it's going to continue more into the future. At least we'd like to see it continue more in the future. We have more of these kinds of exercises so we can better understand what's really in front of us, because there's, this world's changing. And we need to change quickly with it. And we will be having demands. And I use the word in the first evening during inauguration, there's a courage. There's a courage around this. I mean, you got to have the courage to really take some of these decisions and directions. And it's going to be an interesting time. Still going to be a fun time, Sharon. But it's going to be, a lot of work. And but we're ready for it. You guys are ready for it. And I thank you and look forward to working over the next few weeks and months to get the budget moving out and so on and so forth. And we'll get it done. So thanks very much. Have a great day.
Mr. Osmond, I want to thank you very much for these 3 days and to the clerk's team for putting it together and the entire leadership team. These 3 days have been fantastic information, full of great discussion, lots of great questions from members of council and lots of great answers from the team. So thank you for putting that all together. Before we wrap up, is there any other comments from any members of council for Mr. Osmond or anybody that's here tonight? We're good. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through your worship. I would like for you to set up the tours. I think that's really important, and I certainly would like to do that prior to budget, if there's a way. If there's time, and I don't want to take away from your staff, but I certainly would like to jump in on those as soon as possible. Thank you.
That might be a little tight, but I'm sure Mr. Osmond will take that away and work his magic and do it again. Yeah. With that, we're going to go to item number 8, which is bylaws. There's a recommendation in the agenda that the bylaws listed below be read 3 times and finally passed. A bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Orangeville at its council meeting held today, November 25th, 2022. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Sherwood. All in favor? Thank you. And I just need a motion to adjourn. Councillor McIntosh, Councillor Stevens, all in favor? Thank you. We'll see everybody Monday night, 7 p.m. Thank you.